cities. In Mwanza, petrol stations were reportedly set ablaze while travel between cities was disrupted. Police shot and killed 2 people at Namanga Township with tear gas smoke visible from the Kenyan side. These demonstrators demanded justice, freedom and change.
Sisi ni Watanzania wapenda haki wa nchi hii. Sisi tumezaliwa katika nchi hii, hatuna nchi nyingine. Kwa hiyo ni kwamba tunapenda uhuru wa maoni, tunapenda kuzuia utekaji, tunapenda uhuru wa vyombo vya habari, pia tunapenda vyama vya siasa vipate uhuru wake. Sisi ni kwamba tunapenda siasa ya Tanzania iwe siasa safi.
Meanwhile, mainstream media outlets in Tanzania have been banned from covering the protests, and the whereabouts of senior government officials, including President Samia, remain unknown. A team of doctors who treated the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga while in India have arrived in the country to pay their last respects to the departed leader. The medics who work at the Sri Ram Ayurvedic Hospital in Kerala were received by Mombasa Governor Abdul Swamad Nasir and Odinga's daughter Rosemary. The institution is reputed for its traditional medicine system that was instrumental in restoring sight for Rosemary in 2022. The specialists use a mix of special diets, herbs, massage therapy, yoga and meditation as part of their treatment. Odinga died on October the 15th, aged 80, and his grave continues to draw mourners from around the world. 5 suspects have been arraigned in court over allegations of defrauding Shah more than 17.6 million shillings. The accused former Shah CEO Robert Ngasira, Peter Abuna, Rosemary Daraja, Arthur Otula and Arc Prime Medical Clinic Oyugis Limited face charges of fraud, forgery and using false documents. According to prosecutors, the offences occurred between October last year and May this year. Former Shah officials Elijah Washira and Robert Ngasira also face separate charges of abuse of office. The suspects pleaded not guilty and were released on a 500,000 shillings bail each.
Both accused persons will appear before the court for purposes of plea taking on 11th of November this year, when the prosecution will also confirm supply of documents and witness statements to the defense. Each of the first, second, third, fourth and fifth accused persons, who are natural persons, is granted bond of Kenya shillings 800,000 with 1 surety, each in similar sum, with alternative cash bail of Kenya shillings 500,000 with 1 contact person each.
The ODPP and IPOA have summoned Deputy Inspector General Police Eliud Lagat to testify in court over the murder of Rex Masai. IPOA accused Lagat of defying court orders to appear and provide information on the case. The court has now directed that he first record a statement before testifying. However, the National Police Service, through its lawyer Moses Gay, has opposed the ODPP and IPOA's applications requiring Lagat and Inspector General Douglas Kanja to furnish information to respond to inquiries on Masai's death. Gay further accused IPOA of concealing facts, alleging the authority has failed to account for 8 witnesses, including one who claimed to have been with Masai at the time of his killing. Prince Andrew is to lose his prince title and leave his Windsor mansion, Royal Lodge, following weeks of intense scrutiny over his links to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. In a statement on Thursday night, Buckingham Palace said the king's brother will now be known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Andrew gave up his other royal titles earlier this month, including the Duke of York, after facing more questions about his private life. In a posthumous memoir published earlier this month, Virginia Giuffre, who took her own life earlier this year, repeated allegations that as a teenager she had sex with Prince Andrew on 3 separate occasions. Andrew has always denied the claims. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you. You saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist
on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice. When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's morning on the 31st of October. Can you imagine it's the 31st? Nabado tuko hapa. It's the 31st of October. And I'm doing everything in my power, mine, to put a smile on Dennis Aseto's face. Oh yeah, try.
Hey, morning.
Pana. I can't come with such energy. Alafu you rain on it like the rain that's raining outside.
I'm just wearing the Halloween
Oh, this is the costume.
Yeah.
That's not how you really are.
No, this is not how I am inside.
Nice answer. Nice answer. Uh-huh.
How are you?
I'm fine.
My voice is going. Hey, woo. Yeah.
Anyway,
Finally, like you too.
This guy swallowed a frog.
I know.
Stop kissing frogs, boy.
Okay, I hear you.
So no, we missed you yesterday, man.
I'm telling you. So on Wednesday there was Legends. So I was doing Prime. Then I had an interview till late. So by the time I was getting to the house, Mwili said no.
You ate tired?
I ate tired.
Okay. Tuko salama lakini tuko hapa.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. And we're moving. It's Friday and it's the end of the month, kabisa, on the money. 31st of October. October has come and gone and said, sayonara, folks. I'll see you next year. And just like that, there are 2 months left in the year. After today, there will be exactly 61 days left of 2025. What have you done? What have you achieved? Have you been faithful? That's the question. To your goals? Those are the questions that we start to ask. Hope everybody's doing okay. Kicking it, getting into the morning. The weatherman has been correct because we're going to see the continuous rain that we've been seeing in the nation. Starts about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, rains all through into the morning, and then remains wet most of the day. Looks like it's going to be that way for another week or so, from what they say. And so even in all of that, things are still happening. And that's why we get into having the conversations that we do. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Dennis Aseto and Ndru Okoh with you this morning as we get into conversations for today, necessary for us to have, as we always say. So yes, it's cold, it's rainy outside, but your brain is working. So come on, let's get into it this morning, shall we? Let me tell you some of the conversations that we'll be having this morning. Evelyn says good morning. She said I should greet everybody, far and yonder, all asunder, Abby, something like that. Misalimia kila mtu. And also, amesema nikwambie what we'll talk about today. It's Friday, and we've not had a healthy Friday conversation for a minute because, things have been happening, but we're going to get into it. It's the last day of October, but we also know that October is when we talk about breast cancer. Right? October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And our Healthy Friday conversation today is around that. Breast cancer is the #1 cancer killer in Kenya. Now, note I did not say of women because men also get breast cancer.
True.
And that's interesting because today, David Makumi, who is the CEO of Faraja Cancer Support Trust, will join us with Dr. Catherine Nyongesta, who is an oncologist. We'll be looking at breast cancer, how it has evolved over time, and how we're actually being able to treat it. It's a big issue. A lot of people who've told us that, there's cancer in the family, or unfortunately that a mother, where we say that men do get breast cancer, the majority are women. They've talked about their mothers, their sisters, having breast cancer. So when we talk about tests and things like that, how important it is to be screened as often as we can. And we'll also be looking at what screening measures, mechanisms are in place to ensure that folks are out getting a mammogram, getting a hand test, something, because you can actually catch it early, be treated, and recover completely from it. We know this. But anyway, let me not preempt the conversation. We'll be talking about that with these two good doctors, with the good doctor and David Makumi at 7 o'clock. All right? Now, there is a committee. There was a committee. There are people who are having conversations to actually regulate religion in the country. There's a Senate committee that was put in place. People who went to Shakola to visit. The Mutavu Musimi set up. He was leading the charge for a committee that was going to be put in place to regulate religion because the things that we are seeing are a little bit cray. So, Bishop Hudson Ndeda is the national chairman of the Church and Clergy Association of Kenya. He's joined today at 8 o'clock by Sheikh Ibrahim Lethome, who is a Muslim scholar, Jamia. And so they'll both join us at 8 o'clock. We talk about the regulation of religion? And are we getting to the point where we see things like radicalism, occultism, all kinds of things taking root? How are we actually going to regulate it? If we can. Maybe we can't. And we are sitting here saying that we can, but it's not possible to. Those are the conversations that we will have at 8 o'clock. And then at 9 o'clock, people are telling us that universities are in session. The people who are going to attend class are telling us there's nothing happening.
Yeah.
UASU is telling us we're on strike. They said this one now, you know how you take the firewood and you put into the fire so it becomes hotter? UASU said that is what we are doing by staying away from universities. So the students also have said today at Asisi Tuna strike because what's going on?
Yeah.
Derek Troy Rusana is the president of the University of Nairobi Students Association. Remy Osoti is a student president at the Multimedia University. The Youth Perspective today takes on the rumble in the lecture halls, and they'll tell us, okay, guys, where are we and what issues are we facing? That's the conversation that we have today. It's going to be packed, and so we need everybody to have all their pistons clean because it's going to be heavy from the get-go. But we're going to have them because it's necessary for us too. That's what we're doing on the Situation Room this morning. So karibuni sana as we get into the show. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Our audience on KTN is here, and we know all of those who are tuned in around the country on terrestrial radio and the region and the world. Karibuni sana. Let's have this conversation together. As we look at things that are happening around the region, Tanzania is unprecedented in terms of the things that we are seeing having happened over the last couple of days. According to election poll results, Samia Suluhu is well on her way to win this election.
Yes.
But it's under the cover of what have been protests that Tanzania has never seen before. It's tough, man. And of course, different things happening in different parts of the world. We'll touch on those one to one. There is a genocide that's happening in Sudan. There are people who are dying at unprecedented levels. The RSF, the government of the day, the groups who said, look, we want peace in Sudan are all trying to be the kingpin here. But people are dying in their hundreds of thousands. And like I said yesterday, it almost makes the Rwanda 1994 genocide look like this is that genocide on steroids.
On steroids, because you look at the levels that people are going to even record this and share this and not afraid to tell the world that we are killing. I mean, that is a genocide on steroids on many levels. But the saddest part of it all is no one seems to be talking about it.
Nobody is. Antonio Guterres said not yesterday, the day before.
The day before yesterday.
He said the world has to stop.
Yes.
Now, there was a resolution that was called, I need to find the number, it's 406 or something. And he basically said, you know what, guys, whatever is happening in Sudan, if we don't stop and fix it now, we are going to be telling stories of cry later.
Yeah.
You know, so this is bad. We're going to talk about it, and we're going to talk about it as much as we need to until something is done.
How sweet is this power that you don't care about the people you want to lead? Just how crazy do you get to a point that you have to kill to get to that seat of power? Whether you look at what is happening in Tanzania, protest, one is asking, okay, fine, you want to be the president of the country, but the people are saying we've not exercised our democratic right. You go to Sudan and look at how both sides are fighting for that one thing, to lead the very same people you're killing. What are you doing? Who do you want to lead?
True, very true. Very, very true. But I mean, you know how they say that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely, because once it's an addiction, a small taste is often enough for people to crave another and then another and then another, and those who have it will do anything to get more of it. So people standing in the way, get rid of them. And that something standing in your way, get rid of it. Because it's like they say, a lion that has tasted human flesh
will always come for more.
It is the only thing that it wants to eat after that. The same addictive thing power has on an individual. You can see it all over the world. You take your pick. Once you taste it, it takes a man, it takes a true man to be able to have tasted power, or woman, to be able to have tasted power and then relinquish that power to somebody else to continue leading. To me, the one who wants to hold on to power and not do and then do anything they can to retain it is weak.
not just weak,
is weak.
Absolutely weak.
So you might think you have strength, but you don't.
No.
The true measure of a man or a woman is the one who is able to look at a situation, having held this power, and relinquish it to somebody else.
Yeah.
So these are the things that we're looking at. Look at what it's doing in Tanzania. Look at what it's doing in Sudan. Where a boy of 14 years old is being hung from a tree.
How? How do you
Come
do
on.
that? What has a 14-year-old done to threaten a man holding a gun?
Yeah. These are some of the things that we are seeing. Terrible to have to say, but this is the world that we live in. And if we keep quiet about these things, then we are contributing
to it.
Wherever you are.
Yeah.
That forms the basis of the conversations that we have. We'll talk about more of these things as we go along, and we will not be quiet about them. All right, as we get into it, we talked about yesterday, if we have to eat, we have to work.
Even the Bible says that.
Yes. That's what we remember.
So today, I want us to talk about the thing we've just from talking about. Having all this power and knowing when to leave it or to hand it over.
Yeah.
So we're talking about fish. And you see in this game of fish eat fish. But the big fish eats the small fish. And that's the proverb today.
The big fish eats the small fish.
Yes.
It's true. Oh. Maybe I look at it from the small fish's perspective. That you might be gobbled up by something bigger than you. So in that position where you either come together. I just remember, I remember snorkeling once, and you see the little shoal of fish, actually the big shoal of fish. They're all together, and you can actually see them in the water, and that's what they're doing. And they're moving along together. There's the constant awareness that the big fish is somewhere might actually, eat them up. So from that small fish's perspective, do everything you can, eat the thing, move along, because something might be ready to eat you before the day is done.
Yeah. Also tends to, if you look at the life under the water, so when a single crab is walking in the ocean floor, it is highly possible that a stingray will eat it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Easy. But all these crabs come and pile up on each other, and the elderly go on top because they have a hard shell, so the stingray cannot eat them. So that talks of unity and the power that all these crabs, a very tiny crab, but once they come together, they're super and mighty strong than the big fish. So at the end of the day, regardless of how small you are, you can still come together and win. But if you are alone as a small fish, the strong will always take advantage of the weak.
So just say Tanzania.
Sasa lazima shout.
See, lazima shout.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Our world is a very interesting place, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, so the folks, you tuned into the room this morning, and even as we get into the conversation, let's take a minute to just say hello to you. It's good that we do, even as we end the month and as we end the week and continue with this conversation. Thank you for tuning in every morning as you do. Always good to have you in the room, that you're plugged into these conversations. And I thought about this the other day, and I said, whatever it is, whatever contribution you're making to this conversation that we have every morning matters. It does. That to lend your voice. I mean, in constructive discourse, there is nowhere that is unacceptable. And so with that, good morning, Robert Mbogo. You tuned in from Mombasa this morning. Good morning from Nairobi, Pan-African. We see you. Good morning and karibu sana. Good to have you in the room. Don Sabo says I should ask Okari and Aseto. We'll ask Okari in absentia. Would they like to be, this is the question that Don is asking, whether you would like to be in Tanzania now with Mama at the reins?
The last time I was in Tanzania, I met a very beautiful young lady called Halima. She wants to be a journalist, And every day we still communicate, and she still has the dream of becoming a journalist. And if it means helping her get there, why not? So yes, I would go to Tanzania regardless of whoever is in power, because remember, despite of how bad the situation is, people's dreams still remain.
There you go.
Yep.
So there's your answer, Don. Alex Chaboy says, good morning from Doha City. R says, it's Tanzania's time. It would seem so. Jogo Monica says, good morning, Spices. Thank God it's Friday. Yay! Friday, rather. I don't think we should be too sad about Tanzania. The path to freedom and democracy looks like that. We should wish them well. I agree, Jogo. Peter Kiari says, good morning. Don't give it 5 minutes if you're not going to give it 5 years. Yeah, I thought about one of my teachers in high school used to say, this thing that's bothering you right now, is it going to matter in 5 years? If it's not, after the 5 minutes, let it go.
Let it go.
Margaret Wajo, he says, good morning, all at the SpiceFM Situation Room from Houston, Texas. We are doing fine here in the Lone Star State. Let's continue the great conversation. Have a great weekend, everyone. Thank you so much. Simon Kibiru is tuned in. Top of the morning, good people. Congratulations to Samia for beating Suluhu in the just concluded general election. Right.
Samia beat both Suluhu and Hassan.
I'm telling you. Esther Waboy says, good morning, tuning from Komarok. Grace Muthoni is tuned in from Baringo. And Michael Olande, good morning from 1,000 Hills. Uganda must watch what is happening in Tanzania. And no, Mandamano is a Kenyan problem. Okay. Alex Gatoto says, good morning. Looking forward to today's show. TGIF, indeed. Good morning, beautiful people. Tune in from Naivasha. It's raining heavily here. You should have been listening to the show for a while now, isn't it, Daniel? Georgia Koth is tuned in. Everybody says, good morning to Dennis and EVE. I heard from the president that only Raila Odinga could be his main competition. Yani? Yeah. We actually heard him say that.
Yeah.
It's interesting that he never said this when the man was alive.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
You know, when the man was alive, there's that statement, mimi niko tayari kupeleka huyu mtu Bondo. And you know he did that, He finally
literally did. Yeah. So if you felt that this man was your actual competition, I don't know why this was never said when he still had breath. St. Gerald says, good morning. Sugar and spice and all things nice. Here we are. Good morning, fellow Spices. Brian Otieno says, year on year, same shenanigans. Cindio, Tibbs Moge says, good morning, SpiceFM team. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Tibbs. Always good to have you here. Okay, Rahimtullah Omar says, good morning from Preston. I know the people of Tanzania and other oppressed nations in Africa and beyond would rise one day. You knew it. It was gonna take some time for this is the straw that broke the camel's back.
If you don't say it brewing, then you have no purpose of being in the kitchen.
True. Dr. Venvik tuned in from Tudor, Mombasa. Good morning to you. Tuned in from Kitale is Boaz. The Tanzania happenings is an illustration of how we are the plantations the powerful take us for. Duke says, good morning, guys. Tuned in. Don't elect anyone from UDA. Okay, that's how you've woken up today. Okay. Isaac Hale says, good morning. Glad to be here again. When we cut through the issues faster than Ruto's men in the Mao, nothing escapes our saw of scrutiny. Cindio, and you're doing it with us. Karibu Sana. Brian Otieno, what's today's healthy conversation? It's on breast cancer. Guto Ogembo's tuned in. Tuned in from Mogadishu is Emmanuel Templar. And Josh Willie is tuned in as well. Ready for my daily dose. Watching from Mombasa is Iregi Wajohi. Ndu, yes. Let's talk about KRA sluggish behavior to citizens. How exactly? Fafanua. Then we'll pick it up. Cindio. Peter says, good morning. Tuned in from Githinji's Butchery. You know, that could actually be a place. I am sure there is a butchery somewhere owned by Githinji.
Githinji, yeah.
I'm almost sure.
I really want to know what people mean by Githinji. I've just heard stories.
I'll tell you on the break.
Okay.
Eric Orr says, good morning, guys. The sisters tuned in. It's a healthy Friday. We need it in EAC. Yeah, it is. Good morning. Finally, the courts are for Inspector General of Police. He can now fire and hire. Tell Aseto to smile, unless he wants to look like a lie. Ooh, Cyan. He's smiling. We got the smile out of him. Yeah. Worry not. Peter Goge, good morning. We're still on October 30th. Kindly, what's today's date?
Today
is the 31st.
31st day.
Allah, you guys are still on 30th. Oh, you guys in the America. That is why, no wonder. A group of rats is called Ratatouille. I don't know. I don't know. That's an interesting question. But it's just interesting that a group of monkeys is called Parliament. No, literally, it's called a Parliament of Monkeys. Like a shoal of fish, a herd of cows, Parliament of Monkeys. Do with that information what you will. Antonina Keheka, today I did not say it. I've been very good so far. Ama, I did. Hey. Zach OK says, good morning. Tuned in from Minnesota, hibernating in the cold. The winter is definitely a coming in the Western Hemisphere. Margaret Wajo, here we see you were busy chasing away Lucifer and his minions. Oh, you guys, that's what you guys are doing Halloween, where you cut out
pumpkin.
Malenge. You guys, you take a knife, you unakata malenge, alafu unaweka taa ndani.
Imagine, chakula.
Then you have then you have ghosts walking about.
Unakata chakula unaweka nje ya nyumba na mataa.
If that's not a darkness holiday, you people in America,
know,
in fact, you people in America should come.
Let's have a conversation.
Let's talk. Let's talk. Since I was a child, I used to wonder about this holiday. How the spirits and the what?
My mother would slap the hell out of your face.
Hello, what?
Chakula unaharibu.
Hello, ngo.
Enda kauko nje.
Can you imagine? You come and tell your mom, can you buy us a malenga? We cut it out and put it on the front.
Yeah.
Food.
You know, home, you're like, Mom, I saw malenge at the shamba. Can I go take it?
Halloween.
Then no.
Halloween it.
Toyo ujinga hapa peleka uko nje.
American people, please. People should come and tell the Thanksgiving turkey we get.
Yes,
that one is okay.
that
We understand. This one, All Souls. What? Hey. So Sasa, now when you tell us that today is Halloween and we are busy chasing away Lucifer, I see you, Margaret.
Some of us can't walk at night outside the Langata Cemetery because it's always Halloween, man.
Every day. Christina, good morning. Mwalimu Nixon, Hamisi, following Kenya's biggest conversation. Thank you for being here. Brian Otieno, the media needs to amplify stories of men diagnosed with cancer. If you had the introduction of what we're talking today, then perhaps, yes. Emmanuel Templar, we see you. Antonina, okay, understood. Sheila, good morning, tuned in. Bwangi Juma is also here. Good morning to you. Koskei Keegan, good morning. Always a vibe hearing you guys. Thank you for always knocking in. Dennis needs to be jump-started. He's currently in Chongyong. So we'll do like that.
Guys, be nice.
Surely. Jogo Monica, how shameful is it that Sudan is going through it when Kenya is an enabler? My friend, there are many intrigues to this conflict, and we're going to start looking at them in detail, and we're going to make it a public conversation. Smart Solution says, good morning, Tanzania have Suluhu, still one term for Hassan. Indeed. Parliament of what? Yeah, it's actually called a Parliament of Monkeys. You also have a Parliament of Owls. That's true. Wenzel is asking me, Ndu, what's the meaning of the name? Ndu means life. So that's what you go. Ndu nim Kenya? No. Ndu, what's the meaning of the name Ndu? Ndu means life. Bunge la nyani. Imagine, that's what it is. Mutufulani, that's your good morning. Good morning to you. Atieno says, good morning. It is cool this week in Kilifi. Yay, in this house sweater up country. Oh, no, so you're feeling cold. Tom, Halloween cheer. Not Halloween. See, Halloween.
No, that's how you'd say it in Luo.
Halloween. Oh, really?
So, like, that's exactly how my mom would
say Halloween.
Halloween.
You guys. And Pernell says, we have too many pumpkins and it's only one day. We do eat the insides of the pumpkin. Pumpkin pie, anyone. But me now, I don't have a problem. If you're taking the pumpkin and Sasa you eat, also it's the shell of the pumpkin you guys now use to make the evil spirit. Be what?
How do you prepare a pumpkin without the shell?
No, see, now they've taken the insides, then they go and make pumpkin pie. Do you understand?
I still don't get it. Because let's talk about pumpkin, Mama Aseto way, right?
Unatoa all the pulp. You scoop out the pulp.
Everything.
The pulp.
So
it's just the shell now. Then you can cut the eyes in triangles, cut the jagged teeth, then they put a light inside.
That's a lot of work, man. I just take that thing, split it, put it in fire, and you're good to go. But anyway.
It's not for the eating. The Nairobi says, good morning, comrades. Good morning to you. Moses from Machakos has announced himself and says, we can't Halloween in Kenya. Right. Blissful says, good morning, guys. Good morning to you. And so we see you. Good morning from Kuala Lumpur is Peter Ngugi. Okay, you're in somewhere else already. Was there another Peter Ngugi? Anyway, guys, it's so fun then being able to connect with you in the morning as you tune into the room. So thank you for doing that with us every day as we get into it. Sawa sawa. Let's look into the headlines of the newspapers. EVE, I don't know if the other ones have come. Maybe you can sound an alarm to ask them, what's up? Is EVE there? I'm looking at myself. Okay. Anyway. Let's look into the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Darkness in Dar. Tanzania has exploded into its most violent unrest in decades as furious citizens pour into the streets to reject what they call a stolen election. President Samia Suluhu's whereabouts remain unknown amid a nationwide lockdown, internet blackout, and mounting deaths. With borders on edge and the army warning police against shooting protesters, the world watches as a nation once praised for its calm descends into chaos. That's a brilliant headline. And it really captures in that headline, as a headline should do, and we're all taught in J school what it should do, and it captures the situation. So we're going to be looking into that story, of course, and also into other national stories. Jubilee declares Matiang'i's ticket bearer and vows to join the opposition. Okay, well, Jubilee, get with it, man.
And they're in the opposition.
They said that they were still in Azimio, so they were the ones who are holding Azimio up like this, because they're the party who was doing what the coalition agreed to do.
But they've always been part of the united opposition, so...
Yeah, but now, see, they were saying...
It's official,
now it's official. Okay. Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni was saying before, now it's clear after their meeting.
Okay.
If that means anything. Missing activist rights groups call for sanctions against Uganda. Wait. Now, Uganda is being told, you guys, we know they're there. You know they're there. You know we know they're there. You know we know that you know that they're there.
You know that you know they're there.
Exactly. In fact, you know that you know that we know that you know that they're there. So how about we just say, look, you guys, now let's shut this thing down and have a proper conversation and bring our people back. Because what? If they've done something wrong, put them in the court of law.
You know how Kotu SG would say, what are they saying? What are you saying? And then the other one, I just not use it here.
Later. Okay.
Later.
So come on, guys. Let's get serious about some things. Now, the Auditor General has flagged massive irregularities in Ketraco payout.
Well, what was Stima?
Sasa, Ketraco, so you know their job is to take the wire from point A to point B. Now, and then Kengen comes in and now delivers the power through those wires. Sure. Sindio?
Kabisa.
Now, Ketraco, their job is to connect. Now they can even come and say, sisi tumeleta wire mpaka kwa nyumba. Sasa, sio sisi ndio sasa tunaleta stima. Tumeshaleta kila kitu ya ndani. Now, in all of those things, they've been paying people people who are not supposed to get the money. So, Auditor General is saying, excuse me, Ketraco, come. Let's have a conversation.
Open your books.
Toa. Nancy Gathongo is saying, even you, Ketraco. Do you think she wonders and sits after she does all these audits and she thinks to herself, she has a conversation and says, Nancy, come, let's talk. Now Nancy and Nancy are talking, say, you know what, Nancy, if we collect all this money that is irregular in this country, we'll not be having these problems that we're having. I wonder what Nancy tells Nancy when she's in her space.
How about we just look at all the stories that she's flagged, let's look at how much that is and just do a tabulation of how much that could be just in 2025.
I think that's a show on its own. In fact, EVE, we need to do it. If we look at the Auditor General's report and talk about this 3.2 billion, this 11 point something billion, this, I don't know, 700 million, let's actually put it together. We should actually do that.
Let's just collect it and just look at how much we're talking about.
Absolutely.
Don't be surprised that could be Kenya's budget.
Next week, I dedicate my homework time.
Let's do it.
My homework time on Tuesday is for this one. Can I see EVE or am I just... Abbas, she has waved a finger even. So let's actually dedicate our homework time and look at all this money that she flags and flags and flags and flags, and then we can now tell you what that money would do. In fact, that's what we're going to do next.
That's what we're going to do.
Absolutely. Tundu Lissu, my good friend, says, I will not give up the struggle as he gets a democracy award. I mean, what are the odds, folks? Where he's being awarded for his fight against misbehavior. Suluhu's location unknown as election violence rocks Tanzania.
I don't expect anyone to know him because there's no internet. Her GPRS is out. But remember, she's tweeting. But you know what?
If
internet is down, she's using what? A VPN.
Very good.
Imagine hata wewe mwenyewe unajitesa.
Sakaja is back, eh?
Guess who's back?
And he then reported to the Senate Education Committee, and he has now defended the billions that have been spent by governors on bursaries. So that's the headline there. While one Gideon Moy is calling on youth to exercise their democratic right by registering as voters. We also need IEBC to tell us. In fact, sasa me kufanyia production here next week. We also need IEBC to tell us how many people have registered so far. Why are we not seeing the ads? We're just seeing politicians putting billboards of themselves telling people to go and register to vote, endorsing IEBC. How many have registered so far? Tell us. Let's look at those numbers. And then you tell us when you think you'll reach 6.3 million.
And we equally need Kenyans to tell us what they're seeing on these queues, because you're getting conflicting information.
Exactly.
Yes.
Nelson, have you personally walked somebody to a registration center in Westlands because they didn't know it's inside somewhere? He had to and put it on video so that others can see where this place is. You would think that this would be IEBC's job. But no. State moves to allow emergency deliveries in level 2 and 3 hospitals. This is very good. However, if that is going to happen, emergency by definition means that it has happened quickly in plan. Inside this 2 and 3, where you will have the basic stuff, then you need to have all of these things that stop hemorrhage. You need to, if you need to do an emergency C-section, do you have a makeshift ICU? That means if you're going to say that we're allowing you to do this, then these level 2 and 3s need to have the requisite equipment.
Yes.
I'm just saying.
In short, it's a good thing you've done, but please throw in some funds and equip these facilities. Because you say function follows what? Funds follow function.
Funds follow function, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sasa, the teachers, their cover is ending on one side, and they're supposed to now move to SHA. Remember when all the teachers flocked to State House and then they were given PESA, what to do what?
Yeah.
Their minute medical cover is coming to an end. And the government has said, we want all teachers to go to SHA. So now they're wondering, hello? Hodi? Is anybody at home? The thing is finishing. How are we going? Moving?
How about every civil servant just goes to SHA? You know what I'm addressing here, right?
I know who you're telling.
Yes.
Why are you shouting?
Because that 10 million shillings cover would really do well in being put in that SHA kitty for everyone to use, you know?
Kabisa.
Because when you talk about 10 million for 300 and something people, that is some good money that SHA would really use. And Kenyans as well to just tap into that money.
Kabisa. But here we are. So KTN is 35.
35.
And people are saying, what? Is it AI? Did we see Raphael Tudju reading the news last night? Yes, you did.
Yes.
And so there are many anchors who've come through these walls at KTN. And so he was reading the news. It was a nostalgic moment where he used to do it. And so if you've noticed the last couple of weeks, there have been people who used to anchor on KTN and just came in to celebrate 35. There are those who told the story, those who tell the story that are being celebrated even as we do. Sawa. So that's what's happening. We'll look into some of these stories in detail. Sasa, hizo gazeti zingine bado, they're making their way, but the Nairobian is here.
Nairobian iko hapa. Tuanzie wapi?
Let's start.
There is love and lies.
Where?
Inside Pastor Burale and Rosina battle. And this is a fiery lawsuit. What started as a viral interview between ex-lovers has spiraled into a high-profile courtroom battle, exposing painful secrets, emotional scars, and a test of truth versus defamation.
Okay. 36 pages was her answer yesterday.
Yeah.
The man said he was going to sue her for 20 million. She said, you people saying I'm lying. The woman has receipts from 2012. Emails with responses she printed and all of them and said, who are you calling a liar?
Nami be a liar.
Nami, the talk say they lie. Una see what's in that they tell me today. This man wants to tell people say they lie.
Yeah.
See email when you send me 2012. So say I don't go print and bring them.
There you go.
Take them to court. 36 pages.
36.
Auntie said, not be me, won't use my name, tell lie. Chukwaju. I love it.
You know, on the flip side of things is, because I remember even Mokido himself saying, I sought for, permission for us to have this interview, and I was given the green light.
Yeah.
So how are you going then to canvass that in court? I mean, anyway, let's see. Let's leave it to the courts to go through that.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
And we have time for elders to eat. How elders' blessings became political currency. if you want to run for political office, the elders must bless you.
Okay.
But you also have to bless the elders.
Okay. It's not a one-way street.
No,
Okay.
it's not these blessings are on a shelf somewhere and they have a price tag. When love, cows, and laws collide, Ogola and called Chebi, dowry drama. Sebi, dowry drama. So there's another one, Tulia Chana.
Is that a thing they're allowed to do?
It seems like.
Oh, you have to return the cows if you're splitting up.
Tulia Chana.
Oh, okay.
I see some traditions do that as well. I think that happens in Nigeria, no?
Okay, actually, it's true. In some parts.
Yeah, because I think I saw a certain video somewhere where I think a couple broke up. So what happened is the lady returned the dowry, and with that, I think walked around with one shoe. I think that's significant. I don't know what that means as well. So I think it's a practice that is there. It's just not common.
Yeah, if you split up, then, everything before that has to return to status quo.
Yeah. Yeah, so that story on love, lies and lawsuits is in page 4. And we have this desperate and blackmailed, how poverty got woman's intimate videos exposed online. When I distributing video of a middle-aged woman surfaced online earlier this month, social media erupted in a mix of outrage, mockery, and pity. I just, if you guys are in an intimate position and you have these videos, at what point do you just decide to leak them? Also, why do you share?
Stupid nonsense.
Upuzi, let's call it for what it is.
Oh my God.
From peace to praise, how youth choirs are breathing life into the Quaker church. So Christianity remains one of the dominant religions in the country, with a significant impact on culture, education, and politics in modern society. Christian churches continue to be influential forces across the nation, shaping social issues, contributing to community development, and engaging in political advocacy. Whenever we meet the youth, we remind them that this country belongs to them. By God's design, they might be the ones to lead Kenya longer than we will. That's a fact.
Very true.
It's the youth who will lead the country longer.
That's true. I mean, we hear people like Gideon Moyo who's saying already, you guys go and register to vote because it is you who is going to sway the decision. And he didn't say Kenyans, he said young people go register to vote, because there is the understanding that it's very clear that it is the young people who will sway the vote, who will get into leadership tomorrow. That is the truth of the matter.
So Mama Ida says, I never imagined becoming a widow at this age. Mama Ida opens her heart, sharing the shock and grief of losing her husband Raila Odinga, while finding solace in widows' support and reflecting on their 5-decade-long partnership. Now, she says, it surprises me when people start referring to me as Raila's widow, because I didn't know that at this age I would be baptized with a new name, that I am now widow of Raila.
I mean, even with all the fanfare and everything, and people trooping to her house and, visiting from all parts of the world, literally from the world. Indian delegation of the doctors who worked on Raila came to Bondo yesterday. People from all parts of the world coming in to just say, you can imagine in all of that, when she takes a moment to reflect and think, my God, this thing has actually happened to me.
I think when she's alone in a space that is familiar to both her and Raila Odinga, she remembers he used to sit here every morning. This would be his routine.
Of course.
His toothbrush still is there. Perhaps the robe that he wore last is still hung somewhere. I mean, those are things that hit you hard, that, he's actually not here anymore.
For sure. I mean, may she continue to find comfort. For real. Now, yesterday, I was annoying people. Can I annoy you a little bit?
I'll annoy you,
Auditor General. Massive irregularities in Ketraco payouts. The Auditor General, Nancy Gathongo, has cited massive irregularities in the 12.99 billion shilling payment for way leave compensation by the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company, Ketraco, in 7 donor-funded projects. It was not even your money. A forensic audit before Parliament covering 13 financial years running 2010 to 2023 has indicated that compensation was budgeted at 17.02 billion shillings, out of which 4 billion remains outstanding to date. Gathongo's audit was expected to establish the accuracy of the long-standing way leave compensations, in addition to Ketraco's compliance with the law. Now, the audit notes, electricity transmission infrastructure is critical for national energy security and economic transmission. Wayleave compensation ensures that project-affected persons are lawfully and fairly compensated for land, crops, and structures affected by high-voltage transmission lines. My son asked me one day, why is somebody's compound, why is there this big mast in the middle of somebody's compound? I said, well, you know, sometimes the infrastructure for power and things like that, or like even telecommunications, needs a booster in this area or a station, and they put it in somebody's land. And he said, for free? I said, no, they are paid. Sasa yundio, Wayleave. Persistent arrears and weak controls in this area risk project delays, litigation, and financial loss to government. Why you wouldn't pay this compensation and you have the money is the question the Auditor General is asking. Other issues raised by the audit include the huge variance between the resettlement action plan and the compensation amount, missing documentation for the outstanding leave compensation, irregular compensation based on revaluation, as well as overvaluation and overpayment of parcels of land. I don't even need to go beyond that. Yes, you have a question, sir, please.
So, in the first instant, we are not paying.
Yeah.
In another instant, we have overcompensation and overvaluation.
Yeah.
So we have three problems
At the same time.
Hey.
And then you forgot delays of even the people that you settled. You've not paid them. Meanwhile, you had the what?
The mullah.
Thanks. Tumerogwa na nini.
And then you see, the company also lacked guidelines on land reevaluations or renegotiations. It failed to provide criteria used in sampling parcels of land to be valued, and it did not support payment vouchers.
Do you know what's going to happen? Ketraco is going to come on Monday and
Yes.
say, but we have the documentation. This is the thing about an audit. They ask for your files, you give them the information, they compile the report, they ask for missing documents that they don't have. You have a period, any audit, not just government, any audit. They give you time to give them the documentation. Should you not provide that documentation, they tell you, okay, guys, on the 30th of October, we are going to release this report. Not that today, tomorrow. They give you time. And they say, this is the audit. They actually give you the report to read before it goes public. If you have any query, raise it to us. We will go back detail by detail and see if we've gotten anything wrong. You have a right of reply before anybody has even said anything. If there are missing documents, you bring. If there is a miscalculation somewhere, you rectify. So that the audit report goes as complete as possible. Now, in the event that you fail to bring this documentation, or you fail to rectify a number that, because I mean, to err is human, somebody could have made a mistake somewhere in the computation. In the event that you fail to do that, let me surprise you, the report goes as is. Then you want to come and start shouting later.
You don't know, any report by an Auditor General that goes out there, if it lacks any confirmation or any clarifications, is because you as an individual, you as a company, failed to correct that irregularity. You can never go back to the Auditor General and say you published something that is wrong, because remember, before it is published, it goes back to you for confirmation that the report is actually correct. So by staying silent, you confirm it is correct. Silence is a form of communication.
It's consent.
It is consent.
We have a few seconds. Have I annoyed you enough?
Completely.
So I shouldn't read this story.
Completely. You can talk about Tundu Lissu or Suluhu.
So we don't know where she is, but she's tweeting from somewhere, or her handlers are tweeting from somewhere. It could be anybody, it could be anywhere in the world. Of course, she could be doing this, via VPN. But Tundu Lissu, in a few seconds actually, he says, I will not give up the struggle. Can you imagine if the man had actually agreed to leave prison last week on Friday? This whole thing would have been blamed on him. But while this was all going on, while Tanzania is burning, where is he? He's in the cells.
And you know what the government is doing? Spying on his every move.
No, it's not even spying. Because spying, you have to hide somewhere. It's not even spying. Monitoring completely. Yeah. Exactly. But he says, you know what? This struggle to make democracy stand, I'm not giving up.
Yep.
That's what he says at 7 a.m.
Sugar and spice and everything.
spice up your life.
It is now 7 a.m. with ICEA Lion. Protect your today, securing your tomorrow.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. As the lecturer strike enters its 46th day, WASU Secretary General Dr. Constantine Wasonga has said the government has revised its plan to settle 7.9 billion shillings in arrears owed to lecturers. Wasonga said the arrears, initially set to be paid in 3 installments, will now be disbursed in 2 installments. He added that lecturers will hold consultations to decide whether to accept the new proposal.
It in 2 phases. But they are also still going to consult. You know, initially they wanted to pay this in 3 phases. We have narrowed down to 2 phases. We are going to consult our members, and the government is also going to consult. So if our members accept, we'll inform the government.
PLP leader Martha Karua has called on Kenyans to come out and oppose 8 bills that were recently assented to by President William Ruto, including the new Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Law. Speaking at a leadership and human rights conference in Limuru, Kiambu County, Karua also lauded protesters in Tanzania for defending their nation against what she termed as dictatorship and misrule of President Samia Suluhu Hassan. She urged Kenyan legislators to defend the interests of Kenyans.
Even when the regime is bad, even just 10 voices can change the character of parliament. And I know we have some very outspoken parliamentarians, but the trick is for those outspoken to make sure whenever there is a bill that affects the people or a policy being debated, even if you have a lucrative trip abroad, lucrative because of the marupurupu, forget the marupurupu, you have a salary, stay in parliament, let us hear that single voice opposing. Let it go on record.
President William Ruto has laughed off any attempts by the opposition to unseat him in the 2027 presidential election. Ruto said only the late Raila Odinga presented a formidable challenge, unlike the current presidential hopefuls. Speaking in Kakamega County, Ruto claimed that his competitors stand close to 0 chances against him in an election, citing their lack of strong policies.
Barabara ndio hii tunajenga. Stima tuko na mpango. Masomo tuko na mpango. Matibabu tuko na mpango. Yao ni mpango ni gani? One term, kasongo, nini? Hiyo itabadilisha dunia hii kweli? Sio ni ujinga. Ati wale watu tunashindana na watu ni wale. Yaani mtu ningeshindana na yeye ni Raila Odinga. Lakini sasa hawa nitawamalizia asubuhi na mapema.
Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has announced plans to extend his administration's feeding program, Dishina County, to informal schools amid budget hurdles. Speaking when he appeared before the Senate Education Committee, Sakaja said his administration currently runs 17 central kitchens that feed 316,000 learners across 230 public schools in Nairobi. To include all informal schools, he added 69 more kitchens are needed, but that would require significant financial investment. Sakaja said his administration had in the meantime identified nearby public schools where children from informal schools can go during lunch to have a meal to keep them in school.
If you go to most parts of the city during a school day, you will not find the children would find during the day, street children, because they're in school because of food. These children don't even finish their food. They pack it and take it back home to their parents or to their siblings. It's a dire issue. In fact, my challenge now is what to do during the holidays, because many parents are saying, yes, thank you, you cover them during the school days, but the holidays, we have a problem in some areas. Many counties might not need a feeding program, because in many rural counties, food is available somehow.
The Trump administration will limit the number of refugees admitted to the U.S. to 7,500 over the next year and give priority to white South Africans. The move, announced in a notice published on Thursday, marks a dramatic cut from the previous limit of 125,000 set by former President Joe Biden and will bring the cap to a record low. No reason was given for the cut, but the notice said it was justified by humanitarian concerns or is otherwise otherwise in the national interest. In January, Trump signed an executive order suspending the U.S. refugee admissions program, which he said would allow U.S. authorities to prioritize national security and public safety. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamir.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
Well, when he said
the government,
when he said that he gave the 10 million, was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda mbali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, at 8 minutes after 7 o'clock, this is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, and we get into our Healthy Friday conversation at this point, and we'll do that in just a minute because we have been talking about breast cancer awareness, and this is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we'll look into a number of those things as we get in. But first of all, I have to ask you, what's your plan? What is your plan? We're talking about the future a lot, isn't it? Plans. We talk about what's going to happen in the future. We talk about the next month. We talk about the next year. We talk about goals, and we talk about tough choices that shape them. But there's a question. What's your plan? Life's moving fast. There are bills, there are dreams, there are responsibilities, and somewhere in between, the future just kind of crops up on you. ICA Lion helps you protect, grow, and plan for what matters most. Don't wait for the wake-up call. You can actually sort it out today. Insurance, investments, and peace of mind, all made simple and accessible. Because if you're not planning for the future, it's high time you did. ICA Lion. what's your plan? So if you don't have a plan, you know what? The good folks at ICA Line can actually sit with you and they can say, okay, well, let's craft this together. Or if you have an idea of what you want to do in the future, they can come together with you and have your plan, but not just have your plan, but absolutely execute it. All right? So we'll give you more information about that as we go along. But for now, we're getting into a conversation around breast cancer awareness. And joining us for that this morning is Dr. Catherine Nyongesa, who is an oncologist. And she'll tell us again what an oncologist is. Good morning, Dr.
Thank you so much for having me.
Karibu sana, we're thanking you so much for being here. David Makumi is the CEO of Faraja Cancer Support Trust. He's also joining us this morning. Good morning, David.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here.
Well, thank you both of you for being here. We're talking about something that is a big deal. Sometimes cancer has almost become a buzzword. Like, okay, somebody's sick, they're terminally ill, they're dying from cancer. But we don't realize that there's a lot that we can do to prevent this and or deal with it when it's in its early stages. But that's why both of you are here, to then be able to tell us what we do. But before that, Dennis wants to share today's proverb. We'd love to hear from you.
So our proverb today comes from the country Sao Tome and Principe, right? So it's an island country located in the Gulf of Guinea off the west coast of Central Africa near Equatorial Guinea and Gabon. It's also a country whose population is around 247,000 people. And if you are a lover of chocolates, perhaps you've just had a piece of Sao Tome and Principe, because they grow a lot of cocoa. But we go to the proverb today. The big fish eats the small fish. Dr. How would you go? Ladies go first. How would you interpret that?
Okay. Thank you for that proverb. I think it has a lot of meanings. It depends on how you look at it. For me, for example, cancer is a big thing, and it eats small as humans. And then also from the Bible, they say that those who have more will get more, and those who have less will get less. Thank you.
Yeah. How would you interpret it?
Yeah, big fish eating small fish. Well, as a Kenyan.
All right.
I didn't say nothing, but well, you just find we're in a situation where the rich are getting richer and driving much bigger and bigger cars, and the people, the less privileged, underserved, struggling down there. When you think of it, there are many ways of looking at that, because then the small fish, which is maybe the vast majority of us, the hulapoi, we do just so much, and these guys are riding on our sweat, blood, and tears.
When you just started, as a Kenyan, we already understood.
I should have said fellow Kenyans.
We would have known definitely.
We would have known exactly what you meant, Yeah.
It is another proverb.
Yeah, it's another proverb.
Yeah.
Fellow Kenyans, you know exactly what's up. Yeah, well interpreted.
Indeed. So we're looking at breast cancer this morning. The number one cancer killer in women in the country, and not just held to women, but also men suffer from breast cancer, but the women, of course, in the majority. So let's start to look at this a little bit. We've looked at it year after year, and ever since, unfortunately, cancer made its debut in Kenya. So we're looking at the most common and the number one cancer killer for women in Kenya, and in most parts of the world as well. Dr. let's start with you. It is the most it's the most prevalent one. What are we looking at when we're talking about breast cancer and exactly how it manifests in the body?
Breast cancer is a tumor or a growth, which is malignant, which means it can spread to other parts of the body. It arises from the breast tissue, and the breast has got different types of tissues. It has tubes in it, it has fat, it has muscle. So it can start, most of the time, it starts from those tubes inside the breast, like the ones which, when a baby is breastfeeding, bringing milk, so it flows through some tubes. And now, once the cells undergo some genetic change or DNA changes, they start multiplying abnormally. And with this, it will form a growth, and this growth can spread. Looking at our statistics, it's the most common cancer among women. In fact, if you take 100 people with breast cancer, one of them is a man. So 1% in men, 99% in women. And we say that the commonest type is called ductal carcinoma, but we have other types like lobular carcinoma. All these are just when the doctor looks under the microscope. And not one breast cancer type is the same. It varies from person to person, and the patient will need more attention to identify exactly which type of breast cancer one is suffering from.
Oh, that's interesting. So if two women were to come in, these, and you know how you can say, well, you know, I broke a leg in this same place and somebody could have broken a leg in this same place. No two women would have the same kind of cancer?
Yes, it can vary. One, there are very many things we look at, the age. We also look at the molecular composition of that tumor. We have what we call triple negative. We have hormonal receptor positive, triple positive. So what does it mean? When we go to analyze that tissue in the lab, there are some red flags that appear on that breast, that breast tissue. And those markers are actually now being used in the modern medicine for that targeting treatment. So you cannot have the same type at the same time, but we have the most common types, which include the hormone receptor positive. This is followed by the triple negative, and also on top of that we have the triple positive. So they are all type different. And then we look at your age. You could be premenopausal, another one will be perimenopausal, and another one is postmenopausal. That is, are you still having your periods or have you gone into menopause? So the behavior is it differs among all those groups.
Okay. I think about this, and I read an article a couple of days ago actually about the ages of folks who are getting breast cancer, actually lowering now in age. So, David, do we see? Is that what we see? Coming into the center, are we seeing younger people with cancer than we saw before?
Yes, we see a lot of young women and largely, younger people with different kinds of cancers. And coming to breast cancer specifically, you see a lot of much younger women in their 30s, and women who are premenopausal, who have not even gone into menopause. So these are women, professional women in their 30s, in their 40s. In these parts of the world, breast cancer is really a disease of much younger women compared to women in the western part, in the West, in Europe or North America. So we run support groups, and most of those women who come there are people who are professionals who are still working, or others who are even in college. Yes, with the disease of much younger women in these parts of the world.
I mean, Dr. Let's look at cancer in the country, breast cancer to be specific, and we look at a situation where, because I have a friend who says she just felt a lump, went to hospital, found it was benign, and never thought of looking for second opinion. And a few months later, she needed to now go through proper treatment. I mean, just in terms of health-seeking behavior that we see today, what are we experiencing? What are we seeing in our hospitals? Are more Kenyans coming out for regular checkups to just know their health status? Or is it a point of, I'm in pain, then I need to go to hospital?
Yeah, that's a very important question. We see the health-seeking behavior is still very poor among our population, and we appreciate efforts like what you are doing on SpiceFM just to create more awareness. So we are getting more awareness on the ground, but people proactively coming to hospital is another story. What we are now focusing on is for people to know the normal. Get to know your normal breast. I think that is good enough. And then if you notice any unusual changes, please seek help. Unfortunately, most of the cancers, when they are early, they are painless. And most Kenyans will go to hospital if it is paining or you have a wound. It's just, that is how it is. Unfortunately, when the tumor is paining or there's a wound, it is a sign of advanced cancer. Also, the fear. Fear is real. You always think this thing will go away. Cancer does not go away. You need to seek help so that it's treated early. In fact, the earlier the treatment, the higher the cure rates, more than 90%. So it's always good if you see any changes, go for assistance, see a doctor. The good thing is that over 80% of the lumps we feel in our breast are not cancerous. They are benign. So be rest assured, only a small percentage will be cancerous. And if it's discovered to be cancerous, there is hope.
Okay. So, we heard it from many years ago, and they would say, and it would sound almost vulgar, but now we get it. Touch your breast. All the time, and not to go crazy or anything, but there's a reason behind that. Because if you did it regularly, then you would know if there was something that was irregular.
Correct.
Are we still in that place where we say do it regularly?
Yes.
And because you will know if there is something that is off, David.
The emphasis actually is on breast health. When you are checking your breasts and getting to know first how they look like, so that the day you'll see an abnormal change in color of the skin, you say, I know my breast and this is a new lesion or something. So you know how they look like, and you also know how they feel like. So that once you get so used to that, the day you'll touch your breasts and feel something unusual, you'll say, this hasn't been there. This is new. I need to not just know it is there, but I need to take a step to go and get it checked. So when you are checking your breast, you're not like looking for breast cancer. You are getting familiar with your breast. You are taking charge of your breast health. As Dr. has said, 80% of what you will find is not cancer. It could be many other breast diseases. So all breast diseases are not cancer. So when we encourage people to do that and talk about it, as you said, maybe 20, 30 years ago, people would not talk about breasts. Maybe not even on air, on radio, mentioning breasts.
In fact, we give them another name.
You not talk about breast in a church or in a mosque. But now we need to talk about this in every public space. Breast health. So what is normal for me? What is a lesion? And not just the breast. If you're examining your breast, you also need to check, the armpits. Because you may have glands that are swollen, and you need to get those checked, because breast cancer may spread to the lymph nodes over there. But you could also have lymph nodes for other reasons. So it's very, very important, and that also goes for men and women alike, because men also do get breast cancer. They won't talk about it, but it is important. If a man also notices changes that haven't been there, you also need to go and seek help. Talk about it. Iko shida hapo.
Let's twende pole pole. Please talk to me as a man.
Yes.
Because you see, most of the time for men is really never even get to think about it. It is part of your body, but it is not something that comes to your mind that you need to check. I'm inside the shower, I've done my thing, I'm out, scrubbed myself. If I'm applying my jelly, I'm out, I'm gone. But it's a conversation where a man needs to check himself out. Like, how does my breast look like? Do we even have those mirrors? to check for you to understand, when last did a man look down to look at the color of the breast? It is a conversation that we must have, but how do we ensure that men then become part of this conversation? Like, talk to me. I'm here.
You're there, man. You're this man.
Because you see, it is, I have to touch.
Yes.
But these are things that in a normal day, it's a conversation men never have.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think maybe to address this, we also need to look at, the health-seeking behavior of us men. As men, we are socialized to be stoic. We are the man. I mean,
kwa chuma.
Yeah, lazima mwanaume ni kujikaza.
Struggle.
Yeah. So as a man, really we need to address the issues of our own personal health, not just breast health, but overall health, and also address the issues of health-seeking behavior. It's not about waiting until I have pain or something really nagging, or have my partner or my wife, my spouse, my partner, whoever that may be, nagging me. You need to go and get checked. And in the evening, you come back and say, "Ulienda hospitali, sikwenda." There's no pain, so I didn't have to go. So, still as a man, if you notice anything unusual, take that step. Go get checked. It may not necessarily be cancer, but if it is and it is caught early, it is also treatable and curable. So we really need to think about our health and take a step towards addressing it proactively, so that it's not always about going to seek help when you can't bear the pain, when the people around you, the caregivers, and maybe we'll be talking about caregivers around you, are so distressed that they carry you yelling and screaming to hospital. We shouldn't wait for that.
Okay. I want to go back, Daktari. We have very quickly linked cancer to lifestyle. The foods that we eat, processed foods, we are not eating traditionally as we would before, especially as Africans, and that's where it has seeped in. Are these myths or is this true? And as we do that, what then actually causes breast cancer, if we have a cause so far?
So thank you. And just to take us a little back, he was asking, for men, there are no mirrors. Actually, there are mirrors. How do you shave?
It's just...
Now we are saying, when you shave, remove your vest. Take that opportunity. Because with men, you have small breast tissue. And if there's a lump and you ignore it, can spread quickly. The symptoms are the same like for women. And it's doable. So know you are normal. Ask your spouse, your girlfriend, your wife also to touch. Breasts are beautiful both in women and men. So they touch, they check for lumps, for changes. Back to causes. I think it's a myth that our traditional food never caused cancer. Breast cancer is caused by many factors, multiple, and no single one you can pinpoint that this is the cause. Over 60%, no one knows. So we are shifting towards early screening and getting to know your normal breast, so that if there are any changes, you seek help. Having said that, we have risk factors that can cause breast cancer. Number one is having a breast. So you can't do anything about it. Secondly, is having a positive family history of breast cancer. Maybe your aunt, your mother, your sister, your grandma had breast cancer, then it means it could be familial. You could be carrying some cancer-causing genes without knowing. Another one is aging. When people grow older, the chance of getting cancer is higher. First childbirth. We are going to school, getting educated, getting work, so people are busy. So they are not having children at an early age, below age of 30, and that one is a risk factor. Breastfeeding, busy mothers, you want to go to work. So if in the older days, our mothers used to breastfeed because they were housewives, they were not going to work. But now we are being told the less you breastfeed, the higher the chance of you getting breast cancer.
Why though? What's that thing that breastfeeding a baby, does it release something? Does it flush the breast? What does it do that if you didn't breastfeed, for example, because there are many processes that go on in the breast, from the brain to the breast when a child is born. So if you don't do that, is there a factor that plays in there that tells the body something else and then will start to grow these abnormal cells? What happens?
Yeah, it is linked to probably some hormonal changes coming into play, and it is thought that when you breastfeed is more protective than when you don't, just because of some hormonal imbalances. Also, having fewer children actually, or having no children at all, increases the risk.
How much is few now? Because people are starting to get worried here.
Few is okay. There's no cutoff, but few is around 4, less than 4.
4 is few children.
Mothers used to get how many kids? Like
10.
I'm the firstborn in a family of 10. So you can imagine they had big numbers. Apparently, it was protective.
Wow.
Yeah. Having said that, also the use of contraceptives, these that have a lot of estrogen, can also predispose one. If you get into menopause and you start using hormone replacement therapy, it can also expose you to that. Then they're talking of tobacco smoking, lack of exercise. All these things, they come into play, and no one you can pinpoint. But obviously, we always see if you have a breast, that one everyone knows. Yeah, and then if you are a woman, the risk is even higher than if you are a man.
So if it's hereditary, then there's a gene. Is there a gene that predisposes one to then carrying this? Of course, there was a famous story of Angelina Jolie, whose mother and grandmother had passed from this cancer. She went and did the test, found out that she carried this gene as well, so she went and got a double mastectomy.
Yeah, definitely. There is a gene.
Okay.
We call it BRCA, or breast cancer causing genes, which are passed down families.
Okay.
And once the tests are available, so if you notice, like, your grandma, then your aunt, your mother, your sister, then it's a wake-up call that probably these genes, bad genes, could be running in your family. And there are studies showing that you can go for prophylactic, which means you go for the breast being removed before even you get cancer. So you not have a breast and you not get breast cancer. And sometimes these genes also can cause ovarian cancer. So screening is very important also.
Okay. How do we carry out screening? How do we carry out screening when also the cost factor, Dennis had mentioned, you don't feel any pain, you're not going anywhere. We think we are okay. When it comes to why should I go spend money for something that I don't feel anything about, how are we dealing with that, David?
Yes, I think it's important, and this is part of the important conversation we are having here at SpiceFM, that we don't go for screening when you're having the symptoms. You have a lump, you have a wound. That is no longer screening. You're actually going to have a diagnostic test to know what is going on. Screening means you are a healthy individual and you are going to have a check. You may not actually have any symptoms at all. You're just going to have checked so that in the event that there is something going on, say a disease that you have not even felt any symptoms about, it can be picked and addressed long before it starts causing symptoms. So it's important, as I was saying earlier, for us also to invest in our own health. And screening is available in the level 5 hospitals. In most government level 5 hospitals, screening for breast cancer is available, at least at level 5. But importantly, again, is the personal responsibility to regularly check yourselves and to go for mammogram as screening at a level 5. But even then, there's also a place for having a clinical breast examination when women, go to, for example, take their children for vaccination. They have a lot of encounters with health workers, and they can also have. Apart from having checked yourself, you can have a clinician do a clinical breast examination just to affirm what you have been feeling or not feeling. But important is to also have the gold standard is the mammogram, mammographic screening that you don't have to wait for symptoms.
Yeah. So, Dr. Even as we talk about screening, which is important in addressing issues to do with the breast cancer, we go to the fact that there is cost involved. Many have argued your health is important, cost should not be a subject, but unfortunately it is always a conversation that is out there. So in terms of perhaps what government should do to make it affordable for individuals in terms of subsidizing medicine that is involved, subsidizing equipment that is being brought into the country to make it affordable for stakeholders in this space, to just make it affordable for the stakeholders who would then make it affordable for Kenyans who are coming in for screening and even treatment. What would be the standpoint where we are in terms of cost in treating and even screening cancer?
So screening is much cheaper. And if the cancer is diagnosed early, it's also cheaper to treat. The government is trying, now there is what is called the NESP program, where the vendors place equipment in hospitals. In the past, hospitals had to allocate budget. This is public hospitals had to allocate budget, and it was such a big strain. Now, the equipments will be brought by the vendor at no cost. They are installed, and there's a focus on mammograms. As we speak, Kenyatta Hospital has a new mammogram installed by that NESP program, and will soon be commissioned for screening, and it is covered by SHA. So that is one way of trying to reduce the burden to the Kenyans. In terms of treatment, with early diagnosis, we've said treatment is cheaper. You may get away with surgery alone, for example, and surgery is covered by SHA. We look at chemotherapy, radiotherapy, it's all covered by SHA. Like almost 70% of the cost is covered. It depends on where you go. If it's public hospitals, then it's almost 100% fully covered. We also need to be proactive in terms of registering, because our health is our responsibility. So we register, have an insurance. SHA is the most affordable. And if you can afford a secondary medical insurance, why not? So when you run out on SHA, you have a backup to help you. Make sure your family is insured with medical. We always focus more on education of our children. We forget ourselves. Our health is important so that we are more healthier and stable. We are able to work and support these families. Thank you.
David, Dr. talks in terms of, you look at what the government is doing. So we have SHA, we have a payment that is involved, and all this is conversation that would go into, so you want to go get screening. Remember, you can go pay off the pocket, but then again, there are all these initiatives that the government has given unto you. But unfortunately, we still live in a country where, again, I will only go pay the annual payment because I am now sick. I am tired. I am at a point where I really need this service. Goes to also speak in terms of our health-seeking behavior. Because if we had paid earlier, it would be easier for us to go to hospital, to go for these tests, go for these checks. So I just want you to speak in terms of, especially men, because here at Mungai Hospitali, men and health-seeking behavior, and also just Kenyans in terms of, fine, we are on SHA, we have registered, but we equally need to pay.
Yes. I think that's an important perspective, because when you're also paying for SHA, and must pay for, should pay for SHA, even with the challenges that we have had, every Kenyan is better off with a SHA than with no SHA. You know, especially because it covers some of the screening and covers treatment in the event that you are sick. So first we need to move from a place of paying up our SHA premiums when we are sick, or paying for relatives and family members when they are sick. And that is what we see all the time. A patient will show up and you ask, have you paid up for SHA? No, sasa ndio tunaenda kulipa. We are paying because now it will help us. And that should change. We should just pay because it's the right thing to do. And when you have SHA, obviously, and because you have a cover for your screening, we need to take a step forward and go and get screened. So if you are told the screening is negative, there is nothing, at least well and good. Thank God you can wait for the next year. So one should not get tired because you say, I did a screening 4 years ago and it was fine. We don't know what has happened over the past 4 years. We need to proactively do that. So a screening, whether you have SHA or not, and importantly, you should have SHA, is something that is central to effective cancer control, to catching disease early and treating it early. And it is really indeed our responsibility as citizens. The government can do so much. For example, the government will place all those equipments, have the machines, but we as citizens also must create demand, by, going. You'd rather go naambua kiu ni mrefu. We are creating demand and demand for more machines kule mashinani. Yeah, so if they praise the machine and nobody is going to use them, that will not reduce our cancer rates. Technology can only do so much. You may have all the top-notch technologies down to the smallest hamlet, down to the smallest village, but unless we as the people go forward to now say, yes, we need these services, we demand of these services. And that is also the way we also hold even our politicians accountable, say, we need these services and they are not available. We are demanding that we should have mammogram machines if they are not in your sub-county, if they are not in your sub-location. You need to demand for that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Screening, it's clear that there are efforts that are being made to ensure that screening happens around the country, to at least make sure you know where you are. We've heard oncologist after oncologist tell us, Dr. Nyongesa, you said the same thing this morning as well, that if you catch it early, you can treat it. Are we looking at full treatment, full recovery from cancer stage 1, stage 2 if you find it early? And then even as we do that, I'm sorry to add another part to this, but what exactly happens during treatment? We hear radiation, we hear chemotherapy. What exactly is happening in the body while these two treatments take place?
Okay, so in terms of early diagnosis, it is true. Cure rates for stage 1 to it's over 90%.
Okay.
Yeah, and then stage 3 and 4, it goes lower. So there's hope. As I told you, the breast cancer tumors are different. And there are some which are more aggressive, others are not. And still with stage 4, patients get healed, so long as they follow the right treatment. How do we encourage people to go early for screening? I can tell you, maybe, for example, we are going in political mood. I tell you today, a popular politician is coming to my village. You'll see how many people will come out, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but we tell you, Makumi is coming. How many people will come out for screening and awareness? Very few. So we need to be proactive. The same energy we use to go to political rallies, let's go for screening. Let's go for health check. To in case of any diseases, we are treated in early, and this can lead to higher cure. For treatment, we have various types. It also depends on the stage. It depends on the receptor status and those small red flags we talked about. For stage 1 and 2, operation. And it can be the only treatment one needs. Depending on what the doctor finds in the lab, then they can recommend chemotherapy or radiotherapy. And what type of surgery are they doing? Are they removing the whole breast, or you are doing a breast conserving treatment? For slightly advanced disease like stage 3, then the doctor will give you chemotherapy to shrink the tumor, and then surgery can follow.
Okay.
And also from there you will need now those additional therapies like radiotherapy after the surgery. Some patients may need hormonal therapy for 5 to 10 years after the treatment. You will need, some need what we call targeted therapy, like HER2 targeted therapy, which you'll have to take for 1 year. Others may need immunotherapy. So there are a lot of things that are coming out. And what is also trending now is that radiation treatment can be moved from 3 weeks to a week.
Okay.
Yeah, studies have been shown in the UK and also here in Kenya at Kenyatta Hospital. We call it Wiki Moja study, that women with breast cancer can shorten their treatment duration to just 5 days from the 15 initial days, and it is safe, effective, and patients finish their treatment quickly and are able to get back to business and go to work.
So what's happening in this 1 week? Every breast cancer has a tumor?
Yes.
Okay. So during this treatment, are we shrinking the size of the tumor, or has surgery already been done, or are you shrinking it so that surgery can be done? This Wiki Moja, what exactly is happening here?
This is for early breast cancer.
Okay.
So surgery has been done.
Okay.
And depending on the type, the subtype, chemotherapy has been done. And then you are told go for radiotherapy. So the radiotherapy is the one that can be administered in 1 week instead of 3 weeks. So the dose is higher. You finish the treatment quickly and you go back to your work. Because as Makumi said, we are seeing young people with breast cancer and you can't afford to have offs. You went off for surgery, a lot of off for chemotherapy, now a lot of off for radiotherapy. So we are looking at how can this treatment be shortened using evidence-based, and it is effective. So the short treatment is really, there's no tumor in the breast. It has been removed. So you're just going for radiotherapy, which is going to prevent the tumor from coming back. And this can be administered in 1 week. That is 5 working days.
Okay. David, I remember Mary Onyango, who was a champion for breast cancer awareness, and she was also living with breast cancer before, unfortunately, complications of the same, she passed. But I remember that one of the things that she tried to do was to let people know how you would feel during the treatment. And so that kind of prepared people psychologically that if you're going to go and get treatment, this is how you will feel. So there's the hair loss, there's the sick feeling all the time. How do folks cope with that? Because a lot of people say, well, you know what, if I'm at this stage, I don't want more uncomfortability. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, thank you. I had actually the benefit of doing some of those awareness activities with the late Mary Onyango, at personal level. And many other heroes who've gone before us. But really brought the breast cancer agenda on the table, played their part. In addition to what Daktari has said, the components of treatment, chemosurgery, radiotherapy, all those things are important. But also importantly is the psychological and emotional preparation of the patient. And this is where information comes in. The mental framework of how the patient is right from diagnosis. Certainly cancer, some people say the C word is a big thing. The distress associated with the diagnosis is immense, not only to the patient, but also to the family. They've had all those things about, hair loss, about fatigue, about, side effects of therapy. So all those things, there are a million things that will probably go through the mind of the patient upon diagnosis. And in our setting, we've said these are young patients. They have a young family, they have a couple of young kids, perhaps less than 10 years old. They have a career in front of them. They probably have just married. There are all sorts of things that would go, and they can be really devastating. And, they have family dynamics to deal with. When they think about, perhaps I'll have a breast removed, what will happen to my spouse? How will my immediate family view me, the larger community? And that is, there are these issues around stigma. How will I cope without a breast? How will I cope with the hair losses? How will I cope with, maybe I've just started some work, maybe, and most of them are ordinary folk who perhaps sell mandazi or manjugu karanga, or they are roasting maize. All those little things, their nuances are so important to the patient. So when the doctor is explaining to them, maybe you'll have surgery, and if the breast is actually, the disease is so early, as Dr. was saying, you can actually save the breast. The breast may be, the disease may be removed, but it had better be caught so early to conserve that breast. But, in our setting, we still see many patients who will require mastectomy. The breasts have to be removed. So psychologically and emotionally, how do you prepare that patient? And that is part of the work we do at Faraja, bringing patients who have survived cancer. And we have, this country, we have patients who have survived cancer for 20, 25 years. I know women who've been around for so long, the breast cancer is behind them. And we use them to encourage and prepare the others to say, it's a journey I walked 15, 20 years ago, and this is how I coped. But information is important. One, of course, how the diagnosis is broken to the patient, and getting them time to internalize that, and also preparing them in terms of what to expect from the treatment. If they're starting with chemotherapy or with surgery, what do I expect after that? What will follow what? So it's a journey. It's really not a sprint. It is it's a marathon. And what we reassure patients and their families, that it's one that you never walk alone. You need a support system. People, either immediate family. In fact, one patient used to tell me, David, you need to tell your patients to choose their team well. Upon diagnosis, choose your team. Who is going to be in my inner circle? Who do I tell about my disease? And who do I not? You don't want people, folks who will just bring negative vibes and start thinking about, poor outcomes. You need people who will bring positivity, who will stand with you and encourage. So you choose your team well as a patient, and also access to accurate information, so that you know what to plan for, what to expect. Another component that is even very often missed is even financial planning. Do I have SHA? Because some patients, you start treatment thinking like, it's a quick fix. I just go in for surgery, and, after a couple of days, it is the treatment is long. It is complex. And so preparing for that emotionally is so important, because then doctor will tell you, some patients will be told the diagnosis and they vanish. Almost lost to follow up. You say, this person came, and then after they are told, they didn't come back. Probably they went to some preacher, they went to address those things traditionally. Those are all myths, because those are the patients who come back again with advanced disease, and you ask them, where did you disappear to? They went for prayers.
You actually brought in something very important, because even our listeners are asking Daktari in terms of alternative medicine. So one has come up, phytotherapy as one of the ways. So just address that, if that is an alternative or an option for cancer patients.
You're saying?
Phytotherapy.
Phyto?
Yeah, phytotherapy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, so now the treatment of cancer, and breast cancer to be specific, we follow the international guidelines. These are the American guidelines, European, and also in Kenya we have the National Cancer Treatment Protocols. This is standard, evidence-based. So let patients not be lied to. They go to alternative treatment without first seeking a professional to explain to them what the treatment entails. In fact, I encourage, as you're choosing your team to support you, get a medic in the family that can work with you, somebody you trust. Go to hospital and ask all those questions, because the treatment is clear. It is multidisciplinary. So we have various disciplines involved. We have the surgeon, We have the radiologist who looks at the scans, know the stage, the pathologist who will analyze this sample in the lab. We have the navigators who will navigate all those barriers, financial, psychological, physical. Many patients, they don't even know where to go to seek for help. We have the oncologists. We have the radiotherapy. You know, like it is, I can't name everyone, but it's a whole team, even nutritionists that come together. So once you have these people with you, they'll give you the right direction. Some patients are told, "Hey, you go for prayers, this thing will come out." Others take these concoctions, the tumor will come out. You know, for breast cancer, when you start noticing it bursting through the skin, coming out, it is a sign of advanced disease. So when it's still inside the breast, it has not burst, it is the best time to catch it and treat it with very high cure rate, less money that you will spend.
There's also a question on, say, a cancer patient has gone through treatment, but then again, cancer may come back. And when that does come back, it comes back more aggressive. What usually is the reasoning, or what is the cause of why it comes back more strong and even mutates?
When you have cancer after treatment, unfortunately, there are chances it can come back. The chance is lower with early diagnosis and higher with late diagnosis. Though there are still some who had early cancer, but for strange reasons, the cancer still came back after months, years, and no one really knows. It is important after treatment, continue with checkup. Join support groups, cancer support group, like Uwezo Cancer Support Group, where you engage with other survivors. What are they doing? Your health is important. You may need to have your heart checked. Sometimes patients get heart complications because of the treatment. You may need to more screening, by the way. Even after breast cancer, you are supposed to go for a mammogram. You still have an intact breast which can get cancer. So you go for screening. You have a mammogram. You have clinical breast examination by the doctor. They want to check where the lump was removed. How is the skin? Is there any new masses forming? How is the good breast? Is there a problem? Also, in terms of cosmetic, you can actually go for breast reconstruction just after the lump is removed or the breast is removed, or much later. We call it delayed reconstruction, so that you feel beautiful again and go back to your normal life, go back to work. And stigma is real. So with these support groups, they encourage you. They say, we've been there, we've done that, and there is hope. You can live. There's life after breast cancer. So patients should actually follow their clinics well.
David, have you come across folks who want to mix conventional medicine with traditional medicine?
Yes.
And does it work?
No. we only can speak authoritatively about conventional medicine, because that is tried, proven, over and over. How you treat breast cancer in Nairobi here, using evidence-based approaches, is how they'll be treating breast cancer in Brussels or in Texas or in Australia. Tried and proven over and over. So many patients in our setting will go and try other things. Half the time there are those who will try other things and still come to conventional medicine, but they then don't disclose that to the doctors. They won't come to and say, I'm also using something else or trying something else. And it is important that patients tell their doctors, and also important for the healthcare system to create an atmosphere where a patient can disclose all these things, because the doctor would want to know, what is this you are taking? It may be things that would have adverse interaction with the medical treatment that you are having. And when you start experiencing maybe strange side effects which cannot be explained, and it may be because you are taking other things, and it is important that this disclosure happens. So it's important that patients really follow their doctor's instructions as far as treatment is concerned. There are other what we say complementary therapies that would enable patients cope with the distress of a cancer diagnosis. Psychotherapy, meaning you have an opportunity to sit and talk to somebody, pour it out to somebody. You also may engage in activities like, for example, Zumba, just to be able to cope, because physical activity, even during treatment, is important. You may be able to get involved in activities that help you relax, mind-body exercise. It could be yoga, it could be listening to music, it could be art therapy. Some of those programs are actually available. There are programs that we also run at Faraja that patients may just come and paint away, and that way mentally they are able to cope with their treatment. Okay. But in terms of taking, there could be herbal concoctions or whatever concoctions. Indeed, many patients come back with advanced disease because they went to try something else. So we also do not underestimate the role of prayer and spirituality in coping with life-threatening conditions. So, but they are not in themselves, they're important. They only help you cope with your chemo, with your radio, but you won't stop treatment because you went to some place, somewhere in some bush to be prayed for. You shouldn't.
I hear you. It's been Breast Cancer Awareness Month, the whole of October. We're having this conversation today to remind ourselves of many things. And of course, our hearts and minds are with those who are walking a cancer journey today to be able to afford the care that they need, but also to then cope with the situation as it is. We thank you both for the work that you do, and thank you for then being able to come and have this conversation with us to also remind us. And that was very interesting that, when we can all gather around for a rally, we can gather around for screening.
Sure.
We can. And also for the support that you give to folks who come in socially, mentally, physically, and spiritually. Thank you both. Dr. Catherine Nyongesa is an oncologist. David Makumi is the CEO of Faraja Cancer Support Care Trust, and have both been here this morning. Thank you very much. At 8:01, good morning.
It is now 8 a.m. with ICEA Lion. It is time to plan ahead with ICEA Lion. What's your plan?
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Kenya has intensified security along its border with Tanzania following unrest sparked by Wednesday's disputed general election in a bid to prevent any spillover or violence into the country. Interior PS Raymond Omolo said security agencies were on high alert to maintain peace and order at all border points. Omolo urged residents in border regions to remain calm and refrain from taking the law into their own hands, warning that those inciting violence or engaging in illegal demonstrations would face firm action.
Friends in Tanzania, I'm sure they also have ways and mechanisms of dealing with their issues. So they are our friendly neighbors, and we want to wish them well. The point is, anything that is outside the law on the Kenyan side, we definitely will do what the law allows us to do. I believe that the officers at our points of entry and exit must be able to advise those who are moving in a manner that then we don't endanger anyone's life.
Omolo further called on traders and transporters to cooperate with security officers to ensure business continuity and safe cross-border movement despite the heightened vigilance. Reports from Namanga and other one-stop border points indicated that some residents had staged demonstrations in solidarity with Tanzanian protesters disputing the election results. The race for the Malaba parliamentary seat has taken a new twist after the DCP candidate Edgar Busiega withdrew his candidature. Busiega instead threw his weight behind DAP Kenya candidate Seth Panyako, who will face off with UDA's David Ndakwa. While announcing the decision, DCP Deputy Leader Cleophas Malala said it was taken after scientific research determined that Panyako has the best chance of winning the election, scheduled for November the 27th. Busiega confirmed that he'd bowed out of the race.
Malava is bigger than all of us. I've known Seth Panyako for over 10 years, where I've served as his attorney. By the time I've conceded it is and indeed established that I'm leaving my lover in safer hands, retreat is not surrender. It's a strategy to come back stronger. I am 38 years old and I'll come back in a better and bigger way.
Okoh welcomed Busiega's decision, saying it was a testament to the growing unity among opposition parties in Western Kenya. Police in Kinangop, Nyandarua County are investigating the brutal murder of a grade 6 pupil 2 days after his body was discovered in a maize farm with his head severed. Residents said the boy had spent Wednesday on the farm with his mother before disappearing later that evening. Police recovered a bag containing maize flour and the child's clothes at the scene. Shocked residents have condemned the killing and called for swift action to bring the perpetrators to justice.
Pia vibaya sana kwa sababu ya Sami ni mtoto mwerefu sana, alikuwa anasomea Christopher, mtoto wa grade 6. Tunaomba wazazi tu waendelee kuangalia watoto wao, na pia wazazi wote wako hapa, si wazazi peke yao, akina yudhi wetu tuwe tunaangalia watoto. Ukiona
nimeshangaa sana kwa sababu tumeitiwa kijana mdogo wa shule akiwa ameuawa. Na hii ni vibaya sana. Yule mtu amefanya na hii kwa hiyo kitendo, tutajaribu juu chini ili tusikiane na serikali ili mambo yote iwe sawa sawa.
In Kisumu, police are investigating a suspected suicide a day after a man fell from the second floor of the Lake Basin Mall and died at the scene. Police say the man drove himself to the mall in his car on Thursday morning and parked the vehicle calmly. Kisumu Central Sub-County Police Commander Bakari Mwanauli told reporters what happened next.
He left his car keys to the guard and informed him that the car keys will be picked by one Tobias. I believe he was a relative to him. So he entered the building and shortly afterwards a body was seen of one having thrown a mall. So our officers from Obunga Police Station arrived at the scene and they processed and documented the scene and they were able to identify the body.
That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
One of the things that are in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 9 minutes after 8 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation this Friday morning, getting into the next one for this hour. And as we do, we're going to be looking at regulation, what exactly it means and how we are able to regulate religious organizations. Quite a number of needs out there. So we'll be talking about that in just a minute. But even as we get into that, I got to ask you, what is your plan? Do you have a plan? If you don't, now would be the time that you should get into it to start to have one. The folks at ICEA Lion are saying, okay, guys, we know that you think about it quite often. You get to the place where you're like, okay, so what am I going to do about my future investments? What am I going to do about my plans for education? What if I don't have anything solidly behind, what exactly will happen? You are at a party, you're at a weekend barbecue, and someone is talking about their next investment. They're talking about that next piece of land that they're going to buy. They're talking about their investment plan, and you're like, okay, sure, that's what people do. Yeah, you're basically looking into your plate. But ICA says, you know what, guys, it's never too early to start. ICA has a plan for everybody. So what's your plan, and how can they bring it to life with you? Just insisting on investment options that help you grow, protect, and plan with confidence. ICA Line is helping you secure your today and build your tomorrow. So you want to have a conversation with them, give them a call and find out how they can actually help you bring your plan to life. So no. All right, and we're getting into the weekend. Yes, we are. And Naivas says, you know what? There is a brand new Naivas, One Mall Magadi Road branch, and it is officially open. And it's the 111th Naivas branch. Naivas appreciates everyone, all of us, for the 35 years of loyalty, love, and growth. Traffic may be moving slow, but Magadi Road is moving fast with excitement. And you know what that means. Fresh deals, great vibes, and aisles full of your favorites. So if you love convenience, quality, and that Naivas freshness, this is the spot for you. So when you hit Magadi Road, make that quick stop, shop Kikwetu style, and experience the Naivas One Mall magic on Magadi Road for a chance to win daily on items such as items below 1,000 shillings. Weekly, you can grab toasters, blenders, kettles, and win big on TVs, fridges, microwaves, and so much more. And all you need to do all the time, even with this 111th store, is remember that Naivas saves you money. All right, and do that getting into the weekend with your favorite store, Naivas. All right, we are getting into a conversation that has had many people clawing for answers. And when we talk about regulating religion, are we looking at a storm brewing? Bishop Hudson Ndeda is the national chairman of the Church and Clergy Association of Kenya. He's here this morning. Good morning, Bishop.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good.
Karibu Sana, you're in the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Yeah, Santi.
Good to have you here. He's also joined by Sheikh Ibrahim Lethome, who is a Muslim scholar, Jamia. Good morning, Sheikh.
Morning to you.
How are you doing?
Thank you very much. I'm doing fine.
Karibu Sana.
Asante.
Thank you both for joining us this morning. A conversation that is much needed, but at the same time has been brewing for a while. But before we get into that, Dennis is going to welcome you with today's proverb. We'd love to get your interpretation of it.
Yeah, our proverb today comes from Sao Tome and Principe, a country that is well known for its cocoa. So, Sheikh, if you love chocolates, perhaps you've had a piece of Sao Tome and Principe.
Okay.
A country whose population is around 247,000 people. Yes,
Only.
247,000 people. But today, they give us this proverb. The big fish eats the small fish. The big fish eats the small fish. Bishop, how would you interpret that?
The big fish is the small fish. Mm-hmm. It is actually what I said in our press conference the other day. We have leaders who create laws. They don't think about the common mwananchi. For example, the thing we are talking about, the cyber crime bills and all that, when you look at them and the kind of penalties they are proposing and the jail terms, only them can afford that money. Yeah, they know the common mwananchi would just die in jails there. So they're eating the common mwananchi.
Well, how you interpret it?
Immediately what comes into my mind is the Kiswahili saying mwenye nguvu mpishe. Yeah, mwenye nguvu mpishe. Yeah, in real life, we know what happens in life in the sea, in the lake, the rest. Actually, the big fish feed on the small ones. But as a problem, what it means is that those people in big positions, influential people, they don't care about the small people out there. When the roads are not repaired, it is the small person who suffers with his small vehicle struggling to earn a living. But when the big person passes there, do you know they will not realize there is a pothole because the road will be fixed overnight or immediately. Or they use a chopper to get there, so they will not feel it. Yeah. So sometimes they might be thinking about a 3-course meal, and they maybe even want to train their children on table manners and how to dress for dinner. They don't know. There are other people who have no dinner to dress for at all. They don't even know about courses in a meal. What they want is just a meal. So hawa masamaki wakubwa ndio wanakula wadogo. Yeah.
That's where we are. And if you're wondering whether this conversation is going to take a certain direction, I guess now you've been convinced otherwise. Of course, all of these play into these conversations that we have, and that regulating religion is something that has come into the fore quite heavily, especially after 2023, when Kenya experienced something that it has never experienced to the degree that it did with Shakahola. Not to that degree. There has been religious, I don't know if to call it psychophancy or heavy following of a particular person, but we've never seen in Kenya that this has led to death and the number of bodies that we saw coming out of the ground, that people followed one man and his teachings to the point whereby children, families, foreigners were coming and then were found underground. After that, the conversation sprouted that perhaps we actually need to be serious about the regulation, despite the fact that it is in the Constitution already in terms of what you can or cannot do religion-wise. So that is what had our minds around this conversation, right? Let's even start from the beginning and ask ourselves, is there need for regulation of religion in Kenya? Is there a need? We start with you, Sheikh.
Let me begin by trying to understand religion and the power of religion. What I believe in is that nothing can rival religion when it comes to influencing the human being. I call it the power or the superpower of religion. Religion to many of us is unquestionable. The moment you're told this is religion, to many of us it is unquestionable. And I'm deliberately saying to many of us, and I'm not trying to justify that we should not question religion, but more often than not, we do not question religion. My bishop has said this, my sheikh has said this, period. That's all. Again, the power of religion lies in the fact that it is very emotive. It appeals to our emotions like nothing else, and that can easily be exploited. Again, religion promises reward beyond this world. I'm sure where you sit, you've contributed a lot in maybe the establishment of a religious institution from your hard-earned money. And if I ask you who will pay, you'll tell me I'll be paid by God. Where? There. You'll even point there. I do the same, and we preach that. I want to believe Bishop preaches that God will pay you for that. So it promises reward beyond this world. Again, religion knows no boundaries. You know, I am a Muslim here in Kenya. When I go to Tanzania, I just came back from Nigeria. I was praying there also. It knows no boundaries. Now, therein lies the power of religion. Is it good or bad? Depends on how it is used. If used properly, it's a very good organizing force, organizing humanity, telling humanity where we've come from and where we are going, and how the Creator wants us to live in this world. And the Creator has given us, I call it the user's manual For me, the user's manual is the Quran. It tells me how to live. And because the author is the creator himself, I follow it to the letter. For other faith organizations, they also have their own user's manual, and it is followed to the letter. Now, should that be regulated? You see, when you talk about regulation and law, you're talking about, what do you say? You're talking about addressing a mischief. Is there a mischief that needs to be addressed? The answer is yes. We have people who have been misled to their graves, a shortcut to go to heaven. And I want to point back to my own religion. There are people who have been misused Islam, and they have blown themselves, they have killed other people in the name of religion. Is that a mischief? Do you want to live like that as human beings? The answer is no. How do we address that mischief? Now, when you have a problem with your body, to correct that problem, like Waswahili wanasema, kukata pua ili kuunga wajihi. I have a problem on my face, I decide to cut my nose. Are you making it better? Yeah. You know, so we have a problem. Yes, that is Shakahola is a problem. Until yesterday, I could see bodies being identified. Still. I even was wondering where all these bodies have been stored all this time without maybe rotting and the rest. It's very sad. Those are people's relatives and the rest. The terrorist organizations misusing religion, we need to address that. But at what expense? Should we be clawing back at the freedoms that we have guaranteed in the Constitution? The answer is no. So let me stop there, give a chance to my colleague.
Is there a need for regulation? And we can point back to the Shakahola, because just interesting, as you say, where have these bodies been stored? There's been a makeshift freezer outside Malindi Sub-County Hospital for 2 years. It has held bodies for 2 years, and we start to see now that people have started to be able to recover their kith and kin. And that though the case is in court right now, that there is a direct connection between the followership in this church and one man and the actions that happened after. So when this happened, people said, no, we cannot have a thing like this where because somebody says they have received a vision from God, or that they now bear the power in physical form of a heavenly God, that they can now lead people astray. Is there need for regulation?
First, I want to be very clear. We sympathize with those people who are affected in Shakahola. And as a religion or as a church, we condemned it even when it happened. And that is something that should not be compromised. But then we ask ourselves, me and you will ask ourselves questions. What happened in Shakahola is a small thing. It's not a small thing. So I'm asking, when these tens of people were being killed and buried, does the security apparatus want to tell Kenyans they didn't know all this happening? Where were they? So when one sleeps on their job, they will always look for somebody to blame. Now they find the right place to blame is the clergy, is the church, is religion, and all that. They failed on their job. I don't think even the chief in that area cannot claim that they didn't know what was happening. Now, to whether religion should be regulated or not, we are saying everybody in this country is subjected to law. And therefore, religion to be controlled or regulated, we are already regulated. We are already regulated. There are laws and there are things that you have to agree with the government before you register a church, for example, or a religious organization. And what we do, we submit a constitution when you are doing a registration. That constitution spells out what you will be doing. We will be preaching, we will be doing this, we will be doing this. So our question on our mind is, when Mackenzie registered that church, did he tell them he would be killing people? Because we have heard stories like the government say they don't have a law to pin Mackenzie down. So to us, and that is why I'm saying they're sleeping on their job, so let me tell them where they should get Mackenzie. It is in the Constitution. what did he say in the constitution of that registration that he will be doing? And whether killing people is legal or not, it is the government to interpret. Everybody in Kenya is subjected to the law. But I want to be on record saying that we are already regulated.
Yep, and that is where I was headed, Sheikh. Now, when you talk about freedom of religion in the country, the constitution stipulates itself, and then comes the bodies under which all these religious institutions fall under. So we'll talk about SUPKEM and other bodies that regulate the Muslim faith. You talk about NCCK and ECK?
CCAK.
Yes, yeah. And all these bodies that regulate these religious institutions. And one would say there is already a framework on how religious bodies, religious institutions are being regulated, who they report to, who looks at the doctrine. But here we are now, a new mechanism is coming up on how to regulate again an already regulated body. And one would ask, what is the mischief that should be read in this decision?
Let me begin now from the Constitution. As you rightly said, the Constitution is very clear about the freedoms that are guaranteed. And I want to say it here, not given. I'll tell you as a lawyer in my other life, human rights are not given by the government. They are just protected, guaranteed, and promoted. And the Constitution is very clear. But then we need to remind everyone there is no absolute freedom. There can never be absolute freedom. My freedom of movement stops where your rights begin. And that's why we have a clause on limitations. Now, freedom of religion, does it mean also lives should be lost? The answer is no. Property destroyed and the rest in the name of religion? No. So this freedom, like all the other freedoms in the Constitution and even in international instruments, have their limitations. Now, when somebody uses that freedom to the detriment of people, now, where does the buck stops? Look at the Constitution. When it comes to the lives and property of people, the buck stops with the government. Now, so even before we think about coming up with a new regulation to regulate, to address the mischief, because there is a mischief, religion is being misused by some people. It's a fact. Not everybody, and I'm saying that deliberately, because Mackenzie is one, and the churches have condemned him. Al-Shabaab is just one group. We have condemned what they are doing, okay? So you cannot blame Islam and all Muslims for what those people are doing. But that is a mischief. We need to address it. The question we need to ask ourselves is this. How did that happen, and how do we have any gaps or loopholes that were exploited by whoever wanted to use this? Because, believe as the bishop said here, no one can operate in this country without the knowledge of government. You cannot run any institution here. We are already registered under the Societies Act. So there is regulation. So we need to ask ourselves, is it because of the inadequacy of that piece of legislation, or is it administrative? Because I want to ask the same question that the bishop is asking here. 400 people plus, because I want to believe it is plus. It is still excavating more bodies. Come on, this country is governed all over. There is no single space in this country that is not governed. And we thank the colonial masters. They had a very effective way of managing us up to the village. Right from the days of the PC, it ends up with the headman at the village. So every piece of land in this country is administered. Where were they? Somebody slept on the job. And I want to agree with Bishop 100%. We need to find out what happened and where were they. Then, maybe as Kenyans, because I say this law that we have is not revealed. It's not a Bible or the Quran. It is man-made. We made the laws for ourselves. Then we need to sit down and see, are there any gaps in this law that needs to be filled in? And we should not be emotional on this. Because if we say, if somebody from a certain sector or a certain profession misbehaves, then crack the whip without caring. That's wrong. We need to find out, first of all, how did this person, like now the former police officers, DCI officers who are harassing people, do we start now harassing every police officer, DCI officer? We need to find out what happened, what was wrong. Then find out, do we have laws enough laws? Are there gaps? How do we improve on those gaps? And we should not be emotional about this. And again, we should not use Shakahola as an excuse to stifle the religious leaders and the rest. So regulation, yes, no one should be above the law in this country, including the presidency himself. Itself. No one is above the law. So religious institutions are not above the law. But again, we need to approach this very soberly, because we might end up. I remember one time my little son, he's now in university, wanted to kill an ant in his room. He went to the kitchen and took a matchbox and lit a fire to kill the ant. He ended up burning his carpet, and the ant escaped there. Do you want to do that now?
Taking a sledgehammer to us. So the thing is, is it this religion is not like this pen that you can see, and so you say, okay, well, if it's not writing anymore, I can toss it, or I can try to squeeze the ink. We can't see it. It is a thing of spirit, it's a thing of mind, it's a thing of belief. Could that be why it seems like it's a soft target for folks who want to then misbehave or control people, and so they use this avenue? We've seen it being done with children. Younger people can be manipulated. They've done it with conflict. They've done it with sexual abuse. Look at Sierra Leone. It was child soldiers until the stories are being told today, because it is an area that you can manipulate. Exactly. Religion is also an area, unfortunately, that you can manipulate. Karl Marx is famous for saying that it is the opium of the people. It's this drug that we know there's a feel-good factor that comes with it, so people can then, pardon my French, bastardize it, because it's a thing of the heart. It's a thing of your belief. So people can see it as a loophole. So if that's the case, should we be dealing with it as a whole, or should we be dealing with the individuals who go wrong?
Exactly. And that is what my colleague has been addressing. For example, what do you do when you have a rogue doctor? What do you do when you have a rogue journalist? Do you then punish the entire media houses in Kenya because of one person or one doctor? We are saying, and we are repeating, what happened in Shakahola is not right. But doesn't Mackenzie have a name? He has a name. He's a person. He's an individual. So Mackenzie is not religion. He's not Islam. He's not Christianity. He's not whatever religion it is. So he should be handled as an individual. Under the laws in Kenya, there are enough laws in the penal code to handle Mackenzie. And therefore, what we are against is now this wholesale condemnation that we are now receiving. Do you know what it looks like right now for people who have simple understanding when they see me, a bishop, because of this wholesale condemnation, then I'm packaged together with Mackenzie. And that is what we are refusing. Can we have a sober approach, a good approach, that when we are talking about this thing, can we name people by their names and remove religion from this matter?
And the question then is, how do we do that? Because just across here to the west of Nairobi, there are some two individuals who decided that they're Mary and Joseph. And the biblical Mary and Joseph, not the ones who are named, the biblical Mary and Joseph, they came from heaven, I don't know. But people flock to this place. It's almost laughable when we hear it because it sounds ridiculous. But that's the thing that I'm saying, that people believe this thing. People will see and say, okay, actually, yes, this actually could be Mary. And this actually could be Joseph. And so the words then that come out of their mouth takes weight, because people have already... Is it criminal in nature what these folks are doing? Because before you know it, people have been living in that compound for years. They don't see their families because they're worshipping Mary and Joseph. This is what's happening. It's not a fairy tale. It's happening in Kenya.
You know, we've been talking to the government for a long time to allow us to self-regulate within religion. Because if they allow us to self-regulate, maybe through umbrella bodies that we have, like the SUBCAM, like the CCAK and the NCCK, you know, they have not allowed us. If they allow us, there is no way we will allow somebody who will tarnish our name, or our faith as we see.
What would you do?
we will tell this person what you are doing is not right. It is against what is right. And if he does not stop or whatever, we will hand over those people to the government.
So it's criminal in your opinion?
Yeah, there are some things that are criminal. For example, we will keep on going back to Mackenzie thing. How can that be right? That is not right. It is criminal. In fact, it is even wrong when everybody comes and maybe does such a thing and say, I'm a pastor. Everybody, if somebody goes outside there and say, I'm a journalist, and he does a stupid thing, there will be generalization. But because this is a controlled space, yes, you can easily say this is not one of us. And that is it. So can you just deal with him as an individual? And that is what we are saying. The government should be able to listen to religious leaders. The problem is that they want to understand religion more than we understand it ourselves. They actually want to advise us on religion when we are supposed to be the ones advising them. If they give us a chance, if they allow us to self-regulate, we are assuring you that many of these cases, we don't say they will not be there, but they will be minimal. Because we will be able to check.
Shak, when you talk about the regulation that is coming in with Shakahola being the reference point, right? So we're talking in terms of we want to regulate religious institutions, but no one is talking about the lapses. There could be lapses, perhaps, say, in the entire document on regulating the religious institutions, but no one is talking about the lapses that do exist within the government security agencies that ought to have protected the people and also uphold the already existing regulations. You know, so here we are looking this other way, but not focusing on where the problem is, in my opinion. You know, so as we're talking about regulations that have been put there by the government, but we're still not addressing the lapses that do exist from the security agencies at the ground. Talk about the chiefs. You talk about the police. Who are there to protect everybody? So how do we bring these conversations from a security standpoint and equally a religious standpoint, such that you advise the government in terms of the doctrine? This is what we stand for. This is how we go about it. And the government as well to sit down with you and tell you, this is how we will operate moving forward together with you.
Yeah, as you rightly said, the reference point now is Shakahola. Okay, then all of a sudden we want to come up with some regulation because of Shakahola happened, and finger pointing, because the government is pointing at the religious institutions and organizations. The question is this: to solve this problem, do we only need to regulate the religious institutions? The answer is no. Everybody here has a stake in this and a player in this. And to begin with, if you ask me, the biggest blame lies with the government, because we, the people of Kenya, have donated the powers to the people in government, the different arms of government, to make sure we are safe and to make sure nobody oversteps their limits. Okay? Now, I would want us to begin from there. And I hope nobody is misinterpreting whatever the bishop is saying or what I'm saying, that we don't want to be regulated.
Okay.
Yes. I remember when I was doing my law, we were told human society without guidelines is like the devil's workshop. I've never seen one, so I don't know
what the devil's workshop is.
I want to imagine it is very chaotic. Today I was able to drive here because there's some regulation. That's why I was able. So no one is saying we don't need regulation. But is that the problem that we have in this country? We have been grappling with this monster called corruption. Don't we have laws? We have them. What is the problem? Implementation of those laws. So I think we need to begin from, did Shakahola happen because there is no regulation or somebody slept on their job?
Exactly.
Okay? Then we find out why did they sleep on their job. And you'll find that monster called corruption. Don't be surprised if you you find one of the heads there, because it has so many heads. There's a big demon there. Then ask ourselves also, look at the law very soberly. are there any gaps to be improved? And for me, any man-made law, it's only God's law that cannot be amended because it is free of error. But our laws, we amended our constitution. After so many years, we realized it's no longer serving us. We started, and where did we begin? I was part of the CKRC team. We started by civic education. We went around the country, educate Kenyans on what do we have in place, where are the gaps. We should do the same thing here. But for me, actually, we need to begin with who slept on their job. Then after that, look at the regulation as it is. Then when you talk about self-regulation, I know you people as journalists, you have a code of conduct. Yes. This is what we need to have so that you are held accountable against that. And some of these incidences that we are seeing, actually, they can be charged under the penal code. Somebody has lost their life. And again, we need to draw a line between religion and cultism. Because if you look at Shakahola, this is not religion. This is cultism. And I think Kenyans, we are making history. I think there was Yesu wa Tongareni. Yes. And it only happens in Western Kenya. Sorry, no, if somebody comes from there, from Western Kenya. There was Jehovah Wanyonyi also, you remember, who died, and people for a long time did not know he has died. Although the Tongareni person, when he was told he'll be crucified because it was close to Easter, he ran to a police station to be protected. So we need to come up, to look at the lapses in the administration, in the implementation of the law. Because if you ask me, that is where we have the biggest problem. I'm not trying to say that what we have in terms of regulation is enough. If you ask me, I've gone through it. We need maybe to amend it, to strengthen it. But more important than that, we need to look at the administrative lapses that were there. So actually, Shakahola should be investigated from who slept on their job first, and then look at the regulation. If it is not enough, then come up with regulation, not with the view of shutting down the voices of religious
and
leaders
maybe
in this country.
who else could have been involved in this?
Who
Because
else?
here we are and we're saying it's just a man and his church. But excuse me, that there's so many administrative lapses that you speak about, that Bishop, you spoke about, whereby a local chief had been told about this before. The man had a TV station which was doing all kinds of things that nobody bothered to shut down until much later. He had been reported to the police, and that didn't really, take root. So who else was involved in this, then, is the question. And as the world over, we have too many examples of how religion has been used as a tool. Misused as a tool for dominance, as a tool for control, and even as a weapon of war and conflict. There are too many examples of the same. So we started off with the question, should there be regulation? But I think we've now gone to the question, can we really actually regulate something, again, that you cannot touch? Because how do you say that I am vetting you to see if I will let you open a church or if I will let you open a mosque here where there will be teachings and I'll be the leader of it? How much of an investigation will I do? Will I go back into your childhood? Will I check and see how you've come up in the... What exactly would this regulation entail? So, should we be regulated? We've agreed. Can you be, in terms of what questions will be asked? Who will be tasked with the responsibility of then regulating each and every group that exists and everyone that will come up later?
Yes, you are asking very pertinent questions. And so that we exhaust on this issue, the government should not run away from their blame. They carried the biggest blame on what happened at Shakahola because then, as we said, security slept on their job, and maybe, as my friends say, you will realize that corruption took the center stage. There is no way such a thing of that magnitude can happen without the government knowing. Even today we are seated here, the government knows we are here. How did they know? So if they can know we are seated here, how can they fail to understand such a thing happening down there and all that? And we are saying and we're repeating, we are already regulated. But if there are some gaps that the government feels that they are there, we are not opposed to that. What we are opposed to is for them coming and imposing laws on us that we feel they will begin to victimize even innocent clergy practicing innocently and doing their work very well. You know, laws, many laws have some loopholes. And we have looked at the kind of proposals they're making. They have a lot of loopholes. Because, for example, with the cybercrime laws, they're talking of religious extremism. How do you define that? Where does it begin? Where does it end? What does it mean exactly? What is this extremism? So it means it can be interpreted by anybody differently. So it will be interpreted differently in my case, depending on who is sitting there to judge me. It will be interpreted differently from his case, depending on who is seated there to judge him. So we are saying, can they have a sitting with us? We consult so that we can share these issues and tell them this word religious extremism is ambiguous. It is open to abuse. It can be used against people who are innocent. So can we define this so that we know how it can be used in regulating religion? Now, if you come to the proposed bill, Religious 2024, they have put their words like coercion and all that and all that. What is coercion? How do you define it? What then do I do that goes to the level of coercion and all that? It is an open word that can be misused. So they should tell us exactly what are they looking for? What do they want to achieve? Instead of coming up with laws that we feel, you can look at them. You don't have to be a lawyer to know a word coercion can be misused. You don't have to be a lawyer to know that the word religious extremism can be used. It can be interpreted to mean anything. And those are our worries. But if they keep on thinking that they know religion more than religious leaders, we'll keep on opposing these laws.
I mean, Sheikh, let's look at what you're discussing. This is a new law that is coming up, right?
Yeah, yes.
So it is a question of, we have religious institutions who are the key players in this, together with Kenyans who believe and trust in what religious institutions do preach. But there is the other aspect of the very same constitution that requires public participation, you know?
Yeah.
And I bring forth this matter because one would have assumed that the biggest stakeholders would have been brought on the table to discuss what they want to push, to give advice, to sit and agree on what will work and what will not work. Because as we've already agreed, if you look at the regulations that are there, it's looking at how we will control. But again, there is the security aspect that is the responsibility of the government, right? So then, has there been engagement? You've said that you've been talking to the government for a very long time, but with regard to this specific regulation that is coming up, have you sat down, or is this something that is just, this is what you want, sit and relax?
Yeah. Waswahili wanasema mgala muue na haki yake mpe. Yeah, tunawapa haki yao. And Bishop knows there have been discussions going on. Credit to them. We have been invited to several meetings, and actually we were even discussing with the bishop here before we came in. We hope this will continue, because as we speak, there's an advert that was out in the papers, I think 2-3 weeks ago, whereby we were invited to sit with our constituents and give in our input in that. And we do hope that is ongoing. We have attended several meetings under the docket of the CS, the Prime Cabinet Secretary. Yeah, there is a PS in charge of that docket. So discussions have been going on and the rest. But we don't know whether our views will be taken into consideration. That is the biggest worry we have here. Let me go back to my sister. Remind me of your name again. Ndu. There's something that you said, and I think it's very important that we address it here. How do you regulate something that is not tangible? Something is in the minds of the people, and affects the emotions of the people. We can only regulate the outcome of what people are doing. For example, we look at religion. Ask ourselves, could there be any religion, and I want to add the word true religion, that would lead to destruction of lives? So we'd look at the outcome of any religion. So if there is a religion like that, then there are parameters. We said, no, this is leading to destruction of life. There can be no true religion. The true God does not want to destroy lives. God protects lives. That is acceptable all over. So we can regulate that. We can also regulate Do you think that God would want somebody to come and destroy property? No. Separate families, operate in secrecy. I see religious bishop there preaches openly. But when somebody wants to do things secretly, then we can draw a line. This cannot be a religion, okay? When families are separated, this cannot be a religion. But it is the same thing with all human conduct. That's why we have laws against theft, for example. But theft is happening because it's so difficult. I remember as a small child, I grew up in Central Province. They say there is a song we used to sing in church because I grew up in that background, that Moses was not able even to control the multitude that was following. He had liberated them from the bondage in Egypt, but he still could not control them. It's not easy to control human beings, but we can lay down parameters and says, these are the parameters within which you can operate as a religion. You cross this, then please, the onus is on you to prove that this is a religion, because this cannot be a true religion. So it is those parameters. When we talk about regulating a religion, is drawing parameters. If you cross this, then please, the onus is on you to come and show us that this is religion, because you can see destruction of property. We can see here destruction of lives, separation of lives, some things that we do not understand. Come and explain to us, what is this? Come and explain to us whether this true Joseph and Mary that has come, where you've come from, and then bring in people who are credible to come and say, are you in the Bible? Are you expecting another Mary and Joseph?
Are you from Bethlehem?
Are you from those things? Now, stakeholders in all this. Who are the main stakeholders here? Every Kenyan is a stakeholder here. But we have key stakeholders, like the religious leaders. They are key in this. Government is key in this. You, the media, are also a stakeholder in this, a very key stakeholder. Parents are a key stakeholders, because I have the responsibility of bringing up my children, being able to distinguish between true religion and when religion is being used to exploit them. And we've seen this all over. In schools also, we should empower our learners to be able to distinguish in the church, in the mosque. And again, this is where, again, I have a problem. And sometimes I even clash with fellow religious leaders. I think we have over-focused on the fact that, religion is not about this world. Religion is about there. It's a vehicle to go to heaven. So you easily convince people, don't worry about this world. And no, people look for shortcuts. I think, Bishop, we should revisit our preachings and tell people religion is about living in this world. Then you can go to heaven at the right time. This idea of going to heaven perpendicularly, I think, is a problem. So we need to change. Not going to heaven perpendicularly. It's horizontal. When the time comes, then you'll go. So can we refocus our preachings on religion for our conduct in this life? And then your destiny in heaven will depend on how you live in this one. And don't rush in going there. Time will come, the right time will come for you to go there. Enjoy this life, live with other people properly. Then time will come perpendicular. Then you'll go to heaven perpendicularly.
Let's look at the Religious Organizations Bill 2024, because this is the one that brings a little bit of friction, isn't it? And there are certain key provisions that they have laid. Every religious organization or umbrella religious organization must register with the proposed Religious Affairs Commission. All right, that's one of the things in the bill. Now, eligibility for registration includes support from at least 25 natural persons. Don't say we have divine guidance to. No. There must be 25 natural persons professing the same faith for a basic religious organization. For an umbrella religious organization, there must be an endorsement by a number of registered religious organizations. Again, at least 25. There must be a constitution of the organization, a management board of trustees with required qualifications, one member with a degree, diploma, certificate in theology, as it would be, or
the equivalent,
in whichever that you're dealing with. You must have a residence address, change of name. The registrar or commission via a registrar may refuse this registration if there are reasonable grounds to believe the organization would be used for unlawful processes or threatens national security, public order, and organizations must display their certificate of registration at their premises. That's just for establishment, before we even go to reporting and all of these other things. Those things, they are not okay.
My sister, that is why I'm telling you, the government is playing games.
This thing where we're asking to establish now in the registration and legal status,
I want to
you don't like it?
respond
Okay.
to it. They are playing games. They don't want to come out clearly and say what they want. You see all those things you have mentioned? We are already doing them.
Okay.
We are already doing them. I've told you, we register organizations with the government.
So there should be no problem then. They've already...
All those things you are mentioning, and my colleague will agree. We do. We have submitted our constitutions. We have shown who our leaders are. We give members a list when you are registering. All those are done. But then you need to understand they are doing all this and then they hide what they want inside it.
What are they hiding?
Like what?
Where they are hiding so much is where they want to introduce punitive fines and jail terms. All that we are doing, but there is a place where they are hiding punitive fines and jail times. That is what the government is looking for. But then, before you jail me, tell me why you are jailing me. Don't come up with ambiguous words that are not clear, that are not defined, that can be misused. And that is where we have differed. And he will tell you, indeed, we've been invited and we've had about 3 meetings so far. And we have told them these things, that this thing can be misused against those who are practicing in good faith and all that. So most of those things you see they have listed there, we are already doing. You go and look for Societies Act 1968 and you'll see all those things there. What you will not see there is what they are introducing now because of the Shakahola thing, about the fines, about and all that.
So are you saying what would have been an attempt to formalize all of this is some potential underhanded game? Is that what you're saying? Because they're saying, okay, let's put all this in one place and let's be very clear about what it's going to take when a religious organization comes to make an application for this. Because essentially what that means is that if you make the law, that means anybody who is existently operating outside of the law then can be shut down.
But that law is already there.
That's what I'm saying. Because now that they've made it very clear that if there is Mountain of the Holy Spirit, I don't know what church operating in somebody's neighborhood, and they've not gone through this regulation, government can actually go and shut it down.
Yes. We are saying this. We are differing on very small things.
Okay.
And if the government sat down with the religious leaders today with a sincere heart, it will not even take 3 hours. And we'll be in agreement on how we should operate and move. But you see, when somebody is looking for something that he's not coming out very clear with, then I agree it becomes difficult. We are very open to dialogue from our side. We are very open to talks that are meaningful. But you see, the problem, as he said, my brother said, even when they come out and say, bring your views in public participation, do you know that is not what they're looking for? They will still do what they want. And that is where the problem is. We give proposals. We tell them how we want things to be done. But at the end of the day, when they come up with a document, it is different. Look at the cybercrime bill, for example. You come up with laws, but you don't look at it in a wholesale, with a wholesale view. We have people who are earning a livelihood through content. So you don't condemn everybody. You also have to look at, are there positive things that are coming with this? We are all in agreement. For example, my children have to be protected from dirty content. We are agreeing. So when we raise issues on cybercrime bill, we are not talking about everything. We are talking about a few things that we feel will be misused and all that. So that is what the government doesn't do. They narrow to what they want, and they don't want to listen so that they have to see how other people will be affected without a cause.
As we take the last question, Sheikh, are we looking at a situation, can that 3 hours happen when everybody will be in agreement that yes, for those who are practicing authentically in the country, they don't have a problem with this regulation, but that there are certain things that need to be adhered to in order for everybody to be in agreement. Is that where we are going?
Bishop is talking about what we're supposed to do. Maybe that is not where we are going by the look of things and the way things are shaping up. Maybe that is not where we are going, but that is where we should go. We should begin by looking at what we have in terms of laws and maybe come to a conclusion. Is it because of the inadequacy of the law that Shakahola happened and other incidences? If the answer is yes, what do we need to make the law adequate to address this problem so that it does not recur in future? Yes. No single religious leader supports what happened there. Number two, if we find that the law is adequate, then is it the implementation of the law that is inadequate? Then we do that. Then that will be very simple. Now, again, we might be mistaken when we talk about religious leaders and government, and it's like this government is from another planet. They are religions. These are also religious people. They from the head of state and the rest, these are people who go to church, they go to mosque and the rest. They are part of the religion also. So what we need now is a partnership, because each one of us has a role to play. We need to come together without one pointing a finger at the other. As Kenyans, we have a problem, and this problem has emanated from the misuse of religion. Religious leaders, do you want this to occur again? No, it's tainting our name. Government, of course, we are being blamed. Okay, what can we do together to address the problem? So that will lead us to looking at it as maybe inadequacies when it comes to implementation of the law, administrative, or if it is the law itself, how can we improve our laws at the end of the day? Do things happen like that in this country? Maybe a question for another day.
Indeed. It's an important conversation, obviously one that is going to make itself in part of conversations going into the future, especially because we are human beings, and this is part of it. But we want to thank you for being here, both of you, this morning, to just give insight into this in terms of then what should be done and how we ought to be thinking. Bishop Hudson Deda is the national chairman of the Church and Clergy Association of Kenya. Sheikh Ibrahim Lithome is Muslim scholar. Jamia has been here with us this morning as well. Asante sana, both of you, for being here at 9:08. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Detectives have arrested 4 suspects for masquerading as social health authority officials. Peter Muriithi, Catherine Kinyua, Lilian Njeri, and Samuel Mbuthia are accused of swindling a man of 251,000 shillings in what the DCI described as a well-choreographed scam. In a statement, the DCI said the suspects convinced the victim to surrender his mobile phone under the pretext of completing the share registration process. Moments later, his world turned upside down as his phone suddenly went off and attempts to restore service were futile. Alarmed, the victim rushed to his circle and discovered that his account had been wiped clean. Among the incriminating items the officers recovered from the suspects were Shah-branded t-shirts, name tags, membership cards, informational leaflets, and multiple SIM cards. Former Makueni Governor Professor Kivutha Kibwana is urging opposition leaders to remain united in order to ensure that President William Ruto fails to secure a second term. Kibwana has warned that limiting Ruto to one presidential term may not happen unless all presidential hopefuls in the united opposition rally behind one candidate and craft a joint manifesto.
Huyu president yuko si mtu wa kuchezewa, kwa sababu ikiwa watu watafikiri watamshinda kura hivi hivi, haitakuwa inawezekana. Kwa hivyo msipokuwa pamoja, kwa sababu hata Wakamba wakisema wanataka huyo Kalonzo peke yake hakuna mahali atawapeleka. Bila hao wote kushikana, hakuna mahali mtaenda. Kwa hivyo hao rafiki zangu najua kwamba ni watu wanataka country ya kuwa hakuna ufisadi, katiba inafuatwa, vijana wanaangaliwa na nini na nini, lakini lazima kama 2002 watu wale wako katika upinzani wakae waulizane itaenda namna gani?
On Thursday, President Ruto, who's on a tour of the Western region, laughed off any attempts by the opposition to unseat him in the 2027 presidential election. According to Ruto, only the late Raila Odinga presented a formidable challenge, unlike the current presidential hopefuls.
Barabara ndio hii tunajenga. Stima tuko na mpango. Masomo tuko na mpango. Matibabu tuko na mpango. Yao ni mpango ni gani? One term, kasongo, nini? Hiyo itabadilisha dunia hii kweli? Sio ni ujinga. Ati wale watu tunashindana na watu ni wale. Yaani mtu ningeshindana na yeye ni Raila Odinga. Lakini sasa hawa nitawamalizia asubuhi na mapema.
Internet access in Tanzania has been restored after several hours of disruption on Thursday, following Wednesday's general election, which triggered violent protests in some areas. The violence continued on Thursday in major cities, including Mwanza, where petrol stations were reportedly set ablaze. Police shot and killed 2 people at Namanga Township, with tear gas smoke visible from the Kenyan side. These demonstrators demanded justice, freedom, and change.
Huwezi ukawa mgombea alafu ukachagua kwa kumi. Sisi tunataka tume ule uchaguzi ili kila Mtanzania ashiriki kuchagua kiongozi anayemtaka.
Sisi ni Watanzania wapenda haki wa nchi hii. Sisi tumezaliwa katika nchi hii, hatuna nchi nyingine. Kwa hiyo ni kwamba tunapenda uhuru wa maoni, tunapenda kuzuia utekaji, tunapenda uhuru wa vyombo vya habari, pia tunapenda vyama vya siasa vipate uhuru wake. Sisi ni kwamba tunapenda siasa ya Tanzania iwe siasa safi.
Meanwhile, Kenya has intensified security along its border with Tanzania following the unrest in a bid to prevent any spillover of violence into the country. Interior PS Raymond Omolo urged residents in border regions to remain calm and refrain from taking the law into their own hands, warning that those inciting violence or engaging in illegal demonstrations would face firm action.
Friends in Tanzania, I'm sure they also have ways and mechanisms of dealing with their issues. They are our friendly neighbors, and we want to wish them well. The point is, anything that is outside the law on the Kenyan side, we definitely will do what the law allows us to do. I believe that the officers at our points of entry and exit must be able to advise those who are moving in a manner that then we don't endanger anyone's life.
That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do. Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of wheelbarrow, Mutu wa Mjengo, Mama Mboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 10 minutes after 9 o'clock, and Kenya's biggest conversation goes into its final hour for this week, as well as for this month, and for this show, its final show on the 31st of October. And even as we do, we're going to be getting into it quite some. And from a student's point of view, what is actually happening at our universities? And are we seeing a situation that could get a lot stickier if we don't pay attention to it? But before that, I've got to ask you, what's your plan? What's your plan, folks, when you're thinking about the future, when you're thinking about the direction in which you would go? Life comes in stages. Your first job, your first investment, maybe even your first child. Then one day you're thinking about retirement, and boom, the kind of legacy you want to leave behind. So wherever you are in life, ICEA Lion has a plan for you. From saving in a money market fund to securing your family's future with insurance. Because planning ahead isn't just for some, it's for everyone. ICA Lion bringing you and helping you protect, grow and plan for life's every stage. That's what we're looking at. That's what we're hoping everybody will do. To take that ICEA promise where it says you have a plan, you have something that you need to do, let's have a conversation with you and let's see how you can bring your plan to life. All right, as we get into a conversation this hour, there seems to be a rumble in the belly of the lecture halls where students are saying, we are not happy. We don't like the way things are going, and perhaps also we will say a word or two. UASU's been on strike for a month now. The payments that are being demanded by lecturers have not come through. We are told that students are in school. Others, they tell us that they're not. Remember that the year started in September. Are students back in school? What exactly is going on? And this is at the university level. But rather than for us to speculate, we will hear it from the horse's mouth, essentially. And we'll talk about what exactly is going on. Derek Troy Rosana is the president of the University of Nairobi Students Association. He's here this morning and will be joined in a short while by Remy Osoti, who is the student president of Multimedia University. But Remy is here. Remy's not here, but Derek is. Derek, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Yes.
Even before we, Dennis is going to share today's proverb with you, because I already want to ask, are you in school or not? But okay, let him share the proverb. We'd love to get your interpretation of this before we start to burn things.
Yes. So today we are in Sao Tome and Principe, right? A country that is rich in cocoa.
Yes.
Are you a lover of chocolate?
I'm a lover of chocolate.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
So perhaps you've had a piece of Sao Tome and Principe.
Yes.
Right? But when you talk about the population, how many students do you have from your end approximately across the country?
Undergraduate, we have around 70,000. 70,052.
Okay.
That is just undergraduate, but the numbers could be even beyond 100,000 if you count the masters and the PhD.
Yeah, so you see, if you take that 100,000 times 3, that will be 300,000. So in 3 academic years, more students have passed through your institution than the entire population of Sao Tome, because they are 247,000.
Yes.
Eh? That's just for conversation sake. But now, the proverb, the big fish eats the small fish.
Yes.
How would you interpret that?
I'd interpret it as when you have a society whereby those who are usually in charge and those who are usually meant to be policymakers and meant to take care of those who are small are the ones who actually eat them. They're the ones those who are supposed to protect are the ones who are eating. That's how I interpret it.
Well,
yeah.
Let's get straight into the convo. Are you in school? Are you in class?
School, but we are not in class.
Why?
I'd speak what is happening at the Greater University of Nairobi. In fact, when you said it has been 4 weeks, it has been a month, it has not been a month. It has been 6 weeks now, especially for the University of Nairobi. Because when the strike started, it started with University of Nairobi. And the WASU guys were at University of Nairobi chapter. They're the ones who initiated it in the country before it spread to all the other universities. So it has been 6 weeks and students are not in class. But remember, students are in their hostels. Students are also still spending their money. And the Higher Education Loans Board does not care whether lecturers are on strike or not. Whatever they are dispatched to be used for this semester is what the students have been using. Their parents who have been paying rent up front because they usually calculate it depending on how the semester runs. So those rents are still running. So there are extra costs being incurred. Students are in the hostels. Right now, they wake up. What they do is they either go back to sleep. What they do is they watch something. It's basically an idle scholars at the University of Nairobi because there is nothing meaningful that is happening. There is no education in the lecture halls. There are no online classes because at the University of Nairobi, WASU has made it clear that learning will not take place at all. So we are in school, but we are not in class. And even those who are usually said, even those teaching staff that are usually under the WASU chapter have not been allowed to teach. So nothing is going on. Whether you are taking a diploma, whether you are taking a master's, whether you are taking a PhD, there's nothing going on at the University of Nairobi.
So when government says that, so when government said the students are in school, that's actually what they mean, that they are in school. But whether learning is happening, that's a totally different story.
Very different.
Okay, so if learning is not going on, and we're going to get into this a little bit deeper, but if learning is not taking place, teaching is not happening, why are students going to school? Maybe one day something will start. Why are students going to school?
At the University of Nairobi, we have accommodation within school.
Right.
So when the strike started, whenever we used to go to class, lecturers would actually come and chase the other lecturers away from class, and the students included. And because we respect our professors, most people usually go back to their hostels. So there is nothing that, in fact, the most idle people right now in Nairobi city are the university students, especially the University of Nairobi. You'll find them, they wake up, they go to town. You wake up, you go do something else, you go look for a side hustle somewhere. But this is not the core of what brought us to Nairobi, because we have some of us who come from very far. I personally come from Migori County. I can't come all the way from my county to Nairobi, and the expectation is that I get the basic education, which is a right. But that is not what I'm doing in Nairobi. I wake up, I sleep, I watch something, I eat. Some of them engage in what is called the horizontal activities in their hostels. So it is a mess at the university. And let me tell you, at the University of Nairobi alone, within this period of the lecturers' strike, we've lost 12 students. 12 students have died. In fact, in Faculty of Education in Kikuyu campus, we lost a student the previous week. A week did not pass. We lost the next one again.
To what though?
Mostly, they're usually attached to suicide cases. The most recent one was a murder, whereby there was a university student who was dating somebody who was older. The guy kidnapped her, demanded a certain ransom. The parents could not give it. So things happened, and unfortunately they passed, which we send our deep condolences to those families who are affected. So you find we've been grappling, and however much they're attached to mental cases, But it all starts from the lecture halls, because if you think about it, if these students were part of a community inside the lecture hall, they have a daily program running for them, then there are some activities that they will not engage in. It keeps their mind preoccupied and it makes them do what they want to do. The reason why mentally they are going down is because they do not see a hope in education. Because you come to school, you think, maybe I can study this and get myself out of this and this. But that is not what is happening. You come to school, you are in your room alone, you're with your thoughts alone. Sometimes you don't have something to eat. Sometimes most comrades actually have spent their help money. There is no money for help. In fact, once we are done with this lecturer strike, we are going for people from help, because they must also find a solution, because this is not the fault of the students. Whatever they are disbursed has been spent during this semester and no learning has taken place. So they will have to find a way to recompensate our students. In fact, in some faculties, the notion is that students actually have to somersault during the day to get the food that they are taken out of their intestines back to their mouth, because that is the situation. That is what is happening at the University of Nairobi.
So money that has been dispersed, essentially, that would pay for tuition, accommodation, all of that, has been used for survival.
Yes.
Because classes have not been going on, lectures are not taking place, and even other adjunct activities are not happening.
Yes.
The UASU, a few days ago, basically put more coals on the fire and said, essentially, the message was clear. Don't imagine that you will talk us down from this because you've talked before and we haven't gotten a solution. What we want is money. Put the money on the table, we go back to school even now. They are unrelenting in their position. Do you support that?
I think this is both parties' problem, but one person weighs it more. Do you know, in a household, when there's the mother and the father, the kids, when they fight, the kids are the ones who usually suffer. So what is happening? This is even a bigger problem, and it is even a bigger mess than I think the whole country knows, because number one, SRC is involved. There is also, apart from UASU and the government and the ministry, SRC is also involved. So whatever UASU is crying for was a CBA that was signed between 2017 and 2021. And most of the people at the universities were not even there when that CBA was signed, because majority of those at the university right now are those who joined in 2021. So they are not even part of that CBA to start with. So the argument is that, number one, it was signed during the previous government. So at times the government wanted to deny that CBA was not signed. Then once they had agreed that CBA was signed, it was taken to SRC. When SRC did their calculations, SRC was coming up with figures like 600 million. That is what was owed to the lecturer. So that adds the fire to it, because UASU has done their calculation and they have 7.9 billion. You are saying it's 600 million. We are way off. So what is going on? So that is what I think prolonged the stalemate, because every time they will come to the table, they would say that we cannot discuss anything. If you are saying you owe us 600 million, but us, according to what we have, you owe us 7.9 billion. So during that stalemate, and in fact, it was discovered, I think SRC, in its own sense, came and discovered that they have the wrong figures and the lecturer's figures is right. So that is why you're seeing now the negotiation now shifted to, okay, let us pay you in shifts, so let us pay it in batches. But again, UASU was refused, because they say that even paying that in batches would lead to another strike if you don't pay the next batch, or if something happens. Let us just clear this for once and for all. And in fact, I think the lecturers have taken a really hard stand, that they've even added that they have to sign again another CBA for next year again, apart from signing what they're supposed to sign. So I feel, number one, there is no goodwill from the government, because they have prioritized everything else in this country apart from our right to education, apart from basic education. We see awarding of talents, we see awarding of things in this country, we see quote-unquote empowerment programs in this country, but the government is not prioritizing university education at this time. Completely not. Because how can you negotiate for 6 weeks? Students are dying. Students don't know what to eat. There's a graduation in December. How does that affect it? And if you foresaw that this problem was something that was going to extend, why didn't you close the universities earlier?
Hang on. There's a graduation in December.
Yes.
What are they graduating from?
I don't know what they're going to graduate from, because the graduation that is supposed to be December is usually for the lot that was left out in September. Maybe you had a pending unit that you're supposed to complete. So basically, you will not graduate, and maybe you're in the same cohort of this year, because all these things are connected. And you know what is very unfair is that public universities are meant for the bright but less fortunate. They don't have whatever it takes to go to private universities. So that is why government supplements. But what is happening? There are bright students at the universities. But now when we get out, all of us, to the same pool, there are unfair opportunities, because somebody in a private university is going on with their education. Okay? And when you look at even internship next year, by the time they'll be announcing internship, even for government itself, it will only be open to private students, so those who had been taking part in learning, because most of us will still be finishing our semesters. So will not be eligible. So you see, the people that you're meant to help, you are creating an unfair pool already. And WASU on its side is also very wrong at some point, because there are times when you also try and put also the people who are the greatest stakeholders also in light. Let's say, maybe agree, if even paying in 3 shifts is hard, even the 2 shifts, I try and agree on something. But it has seemed that all throughout this process, WASU also has had a very hard line that it's 7.9 billion or not. It cannot be paid in shifts, and it is not being paid in any other manner. We want it to reflect. And in fact, after we agree, it has to reflect in the accounts. That is actually their position. So I feel both parties are fighting, whether who is right or wrong. It is the students who are mostly affected.
You've painted a picture of WASU's position at the government's position, SRC speaking, correcting the mistakes with regard to the data that they have on amount that is owed to the lectures. And here we have students who, like you've said, are not in class. Government says students are actually in school. You know, whether they're studying or not is a different conversation. But from a point of a student, with all these things you're saying, is connected. We have graduation coming in December, and whether it will happen or not is a different conversation as well. How would you want to see this handled from a student's perspective?
I'll start from a student leader's perspective, because I remember on Monday we had a demonstration. Actually, it was not a demonstration, it was a petition. I don't think the government can handle students' demonstrations. We marched, we wrote a petition requesting the matter to be immediately resolved, and we marched all the way from University of Nairobi to Jogo House, just to try and be part and let them know that we are the ones who are hurting here, not the ones who you are not paying salaries or the ministry. We are the ones who are hurt here. We got to Jogo House, we got a chance to see the PS, but our petition was referred to the CS. So we demanded that we wanted to see the CS, not the PS. The PS left, but she left instructions, and we were beaten thoroughly. We saw bad things with police at Jogo House. That was on Monday.
So she left instructions that?
She left instructions that we were supposed to get out of that place. The how, I don't think she mentioned it, but
at their discretion.
But the how was at their discretion. I had several of my student leaders actually beaten. Some were admitted to KNH. I had several of my people injured. It was a nasty scene, and it was tear gas in Jogo House everywhere, and it was just a group of students, just 80 or so. It was not even a demonstration, it was submission of a petition, which I think everybody in this country has a right to. But the situation was very much mishandled. So that is the direction that we took as student leadership, to try and solve the problem. But now that we've seen what this government is capable of, we've seen that it is blood-based. It is now, when you try to fight for your rights, it becomes we have to beat you so that you get back in line. So I think once they have taken that stance, we as students also, we now also have to take the hard line, because it seems like everyone is taking a hard line. So our position as the students' fraternity is that, number one, you cannot close the institutions at this time now. You cannot wait all that time. We've lost a lot of students, and now this is the time that you say, now we want to now close the institution. That is not possible. Number two, WASU and government should and must come to a consensual agreement, and all those parties must be willing to concede something so that we get back to class. That is our priority. Education is the only priority, and in fact, education is supposed to be the only light at the end of the tunnel, or the key to a good life. But the government has stolen that key. The government and WASU is stealing that key. So we do not care how they're going to do it, but when we come out, all of us, number one, there are no lecturers who are going to strike within the university. If they want to strike, let them also get out on the street. Then there is no boycotting class at graduation square. No, if you want to strike, get out on the street. Same to government. We are not having any negotiations anymore. They rejected our petition. Instead of receiving it, they tear-gassed us and chased us away. So we are not submitting petitions anymore. What we are going to do now, because government is stopping the future of young people, I think everything in this country needs to stop, because if the youth are the future, this country has no future if it has stopped.
Do you think when these conversations are going on, WASU pulling their side, the government pulling their side, you presenting your petition to have your grievances being heard, do you think at any point, even as they speak, the student is at the back of their mind? Because remember, the right to education is for the children of this country, right? Do you think at the back of the mind, we are in class, but we are affecting that student? Or is it about, I want my money, government, let us sit down and negotiate? But do they think that the longer it stays, we're disenfranchising the student?
I don't think that is on their minds.
Should it?
It should be on their... No, it not should. It must be on their mind. But it is not. It should not be a question of should, because we are the biggest stakeholders. WASU teaching staff are 100. Even government employees within the ministry do not match the number of students. So we are the biggest stakeholders. How can you have a discussion about matters to do with education and you don't consider the biggest stakeholders, those receiving quality education?
The 70,000
the 70,000
that we're talking about.
Exactly. Yeah. So it is not on their minds. I do not feel it is on their minds. I do not feel it is even in the mind of even the head of state, because this should be treated as an emergency. You have students in school, but they're not going to class.
Let's get an understanding of this, Derek. What year are you in? What year are you in? What year are you in?
I'm in 4th year.
You're in 4th year?
Yeah.
Studying a Bachelor of
Science in Electrical and Electronics Engineering.
Which is a 5-year course at the University of Nairobi.
Yes.
So essentially, you would be going into 5th year in September? Or
yes, I would start 5th year in September.
You should have started 5th year in September 2025.
Yes.
So you've completed your 4 years.
Yes.
You should be in your final year of your engineering course. All right. So it's November now. Tomorrow's November 1st.
Yeah.
Even if... they woke up on Monday morning and said, okay, guys, we've sorted this thing out. Everybody go back to school and start teaching. You missed out on 2 months of learning.
Yes.
Okay. Would you catch up? And then give or take from the 10th of December, right around, just before, what's the holiday on the 10th of December? What's that national day?
It's 12th of December.
12th, this Jamhuri.
Yes.
Right. From around 12th, nothing really happens. Schools, essentially, universities will close down. And the week before is when we see that graduation that you're talking about that normally happens. So if we're looking at any kind of learning, we're looking at that starting in January, right? So what would happen and how would you catch up? We're living in an ideal situation now where things have been sorted out. How would we catch up these 3 months?
Number one, of course, the calendar will have to be reshifted.
Okay.
And I don't think students do not want a conversation of now squeezing our semester.
Yes.
Because there are some courses you cannot squeeze their semesters. They have a lot of lab work and a lot of requirements, like for me personally. So you cannot squeeze the semester. So calendars will have to be readjusted, which means this year or next year, University of Nairobi plus other public university students will have to forgo maybe internships or long holidays. Because if you readjust the semester, that means if semester 1 begins in January, we finish it in April. The second semester begins in May, you'll finish it in around August. And you're supposed to start the next semester now in September. So generally, no internship, no long holiday for us.
Is internship a requirement?
Yes.
So how on earth would you then do it if you have to forego it in your 5th year? Internship is a requirement for 5th year engineering students.
In fact, no, for 4th year. Now, those would be in 4th year because I did my internship.
Okay, so for those who would be in 4th year.
Yeah, they'll have to forego that internship.
But how do you forego a mandatory
requirement?
That is what beats the question of whatever is happening here, because or otherwise the semester won't have to start in September. It will have to start again in October. So it's a realignment again, and it will take some time for us to even get back to that September, because when you'll be shifting people out or readjusting for specific faculties, so that you say now engineering starts in October, so that this month is meant for internship. So there's basically no rest for the students. They are congested semesters, and the fact that we say we have a right to quality education, I think that right is not being fulfilled, and it is not going to be quality anymore. It's going to be trying to compensate for what is happening. It is what we usually call justification. Now, when they've agreed, the lecturers have their money, they have their money. In fact, they'll be the ones who will be campaigning that now, in fact, we are even ready to teach on weekends. Who are you teaching on weekends?
Or they'll even say, you guys come to class on Saturday and Sunday. Let's make up for what we missed.
Remedial classes.
My goodness. All right. I want to go back to when you had the almost meeting with PS. You went to ask for audience, at least to hear what is happening, so that maybe she could shed light on some of these issues. I don't know if I missed it, but she had nothing to say to you, or said we'll come back to you?
She had nothing to say to us.
Okay.
The biggest problem with our current government is that they fail on basic things such as communication, effective communication. Because, in fact, during and amidst all these things, if you had dropped the students on board from a long time, you'd have had solutions, or at least tried to find solution. But they don't communicate. Nothing is communicated. So when you don't communicate, of course we'll assume you do not care, because if you did care, you take your time to say, okay, this is what is going on, this is where we are at, and we are looking for resolutions on how to get from this point to this point. That is something as simple as that. But most communication we get from what is happening between UASU and the government is from the media.
It's not lost on us that she is the PS for higher education.
Yes.
That irony is interesting to then be able to imagine. This is not the first time that students have been out of class because of an agreement between mommy and daddy. Do you see that because of issues that were maybe sorted out before, CBAs, non-compliance and all of that, it should be, one would imagine that it gets better, that we'll say, okay, if this should happen again, that we've learned lessons from the past, and now we'll be able to apply those lessons to avoid these future conversations or these future situations. You've been in that campus maybe now more than 4 years, because that has happened before. Yes. Did you see that there's learning from the past for future situations?
There is no learning from the past, because essentially if you learn, you need to get better at how you handle situations. And instead it has gotten worse, because the last strike that was there was actually around 3 weeks. There was a certain one that was there when I was in, was it third or second year?
Okay.
One of them. There was a certain strike, lasted for around 3 weeks, but it was resolved. I think it is the same government that was still in charge when that strike was also taking place. And in fact, there are still people from previous governments who have witnessed bigger strikes. Like there was one in 2019 that actually stretched as long as this one. So you'd think that we've learned from these mistakes, and the people who are getting hurt by all this are our students. But unfortunately, they've not learned from those mistakes. They are not even saying, I don't know what the problem is. Is it that the 7.9 billion is not there for education? Is it that the country does not have this money? Even in terms of economic advisors, how do you advise a ministry, or how do you advise a state when there's an emergency such as education? Because I'm sure if other fundamentals such as health was affected in this manner, there will be crisis meetings all over. If other fundamentals such as security, there will be crisis meetings all over. And even in the budgeting that was done previously, education was seemingly given a lump sum,
yes,
according to the ministry. So where is this money that is being talked about? And why is it that even those in parliament do not seem to talk about what is actually happening in the education sector? Even those within the ministry, they're not actively talking about it. But this is a crisis. People are not learning. People who you've brought to the university. And you know what is unfortunate is that there are some universities that learning is still taking place. What you still call, quote unquote, the Secretary General of WASU was saying secondary schools. He was calling them secondary schools in the village. They're still learning. Learning is still taking place in those institutions. But you find these big institutions, so the institutions that are more prestigious, there is no learning taking place. So why would somebody work really hard to get to these universities, then they find a situation like this? What is the point of all this? Where is the money? And why is the government not communicating? Legislators are not talking about it. Members of the Senate are not talking about it. Everybody is very quiet about it. Even some student leaders are not talking about it. So you wonder what is going on in this country, or is it what is happening? Have we gotten to a point in a country where we see education and we think that is it? Yeah, no, don't mind.
We talk about where the money is, and in the morning there's something we want to do in terms of how much is lost in the country with regard to the Auditor General's report and how much the country uses through graft, But even as we talk about attention not given to the education sector in the country, because you look at even the lower education sectors and even capitation getting to schools is still a problem.
Yes, it is.
Disbursement of help is a problem.
Yes.
When it comes to paying lecturers is a problem. But I want to look at the quality of education as is, in the sense that, so you are a fifth-year student, so the fourth years were supposed to go for internship, might have to forego that so that they catch up with lost time.
Yes.
But if it is an engineering student and that is demanded, one would argue that by the time you're going to look for a job, the engineering board would ask for that point of internship that you missed at the point.
Exactly.
And we look at that and look at the quality of education, and one would say this strike interfered with the quality of education, which rendered these students in the future, making their life very difficult to get a job or to even practice, because they missed an integral part of the curriculum.
Yes.
So do they understand what they're doing to the students of this country? Do they really care about the quality of education as enshrined in the Constitution? Or is it about, I want my pay, whatever the students go through, that's none of my business?
It's about, I want my pay, and anything else is none of my business. In fact, we usually call them masqueraders at the Ministry of Education. There's somebody masquerading as a PS, there's somebody masquerading as a CS, because they do not care. How can you be PS for higher education and that higher education is not going on? So just go home. If the docket you're standing for, there is nothing that is going on. So what is it that you're doing? They do not care, and they do not fully understand the impact of what this is doing to the students. Some of them might not have their students in public universities. Some of them might have their students, or they might have their children already, maybe they have gotten jobs, they're going on well in life. So they do not understand the full long-term effect that this has on our students. They do not understand that our futures are now at stake because we are bargaining for education. I did not imagine that there was a point in this country whereby we had a president who treated education like the biggest priority. But now we are at a point in this time whereby we have a president who does not care about higher education, in all honesty. Because there are times when somebody would say that, okay, even some parts of education would be free. But now we have gotten to a point where students have to bargain for education. We have to say, okay, when are we coming back to class? When are we coming back to school? When are we doing this? And the government, in its own sense, is also even killing public universities, because you find situations whereby they lower the fee. That lowers public anger. That is granted. They have lowered the fee. But even these, their lowered fees, the government still has arrears in capitation for the universities. So universities can't even stand on their own. That's why you see most public universities have challenges. Most of them are collapsing. Those that are still afloat, they're afloat because they have assets in terms of land that maybe they can tap from through the right processes. But those universities are dying slowly. I'm thinking of a situation where in future, we have a country whereby we have only maybe 7 fully running public universities. That is as sad as it is right now. Capitation is not granted by the government. For them, when the university requests for capitation, they say, okay, you tap into your research, the government has no money, that goes. When they start a new year, they say, now we are starting again afresh. All this capitation for this one, maybe we forgo it, they start again. So how are public universities supposed to run? And what is the future of education in our country?
When you think about that, and I most times when things happen, and you talk about it being a crisis situation, and when things happen in this manner, we actually don't see the connection between the now situation and the possible detriment that it has in the future. Now, when we look at conversations that are being had from a government level in terms of a policy direction that the country will be taking, the aspiration is first world. That's the aspiration, Eric, for the country is first world. We also know that there are some countries who've clawed their way out of regressional development because of certain things that they did. One of those things was to align education from a primary level all the way to university, and to align that with the career world, because they said if we have children then to teenagers and then into adults studying in a certain direction with a certain element of excellence, it is going to guarantee that from a policy level for government we will then be able to achieve economic development. We miss that connection a lot. With the way things are going, can we make those parallels in Kenya between this and what the aspirations for the future towards a first world actually are?
I don't think we can. Is there hope? Maybe there is hope if we get a government that prioritizes education, because currently this one does not feel like it wants to prioritize education. And you know, the beauty with education is that whenever you educate somebody in a society, they are now capable of solving problems within their own country. But if we are if we are saying we are targeting, and 2030 is coming near, the worst part is that the vision 2030 and what Kenya was supposed to look like in 2030, I'm sure the person who drafted that vision will be ashamed of us right now, because he'll be looking at it and saying, okay, let's check where the basics are at. Education, where is education at? He's told 2 public universities have closed down, 3 are struggling with debt crisis. Students have not learned for 6 months in this university. Okay, health, where are we at with the health? There's this and this that went missing on this and this day. There's these hospitals that have never been facilitated. There's this and this. Okay, where are we at with this? This money got lost. So they'd be ashamed, because they'd be looking at it, they drafted a perfect vision, but the people who are charged with forwarding that vision or ensuring that that vision is achieved went into empowerment at a grassroots level, went into the quote-unquote empowerment at youth level, which is usually, we can't lie, those are disguised campaigns. They are campaigning, and normally it is done in cash. They went out and used money to do all other irrelevant things, but not prioritize the most relevant things. They handled all situations but the essential situations. It is a busybody government. They are doing things here and there, but the most important things, the things that touch the future of our society, they're not doing them, because they want us to struggle and keep on begging them, because that is what gives them power. The fact that we keep on begging them for these things. So they will handle everything else. They will handle issuance of IDs and waive their fees. They will handle access to e-citizen. They will handle access to how payments should go through e-citizen. They will argue about e-procurement, how they should do procurement through a digital system, and they will be very vocal about it. But when it comes to education, everybody is silent. There is not a single gathering that I've had I've had the head of state or his deputy or anyone talking about university education. You know how sad that is. But you remember when there was struggle to change from NHIF to SHA or SHA, whatever they were using.
Yep.
It was very vocal. Everybody used to talk about it. Even the president himself used to talk about it because that is something they wanted. So this government, if they want to do something, they will do it. But if they're not giving something a priority, they will also make it clear that they're not giving it a priority. Because right now, you see, even those small students who want to speak about lecturers' strike, they're usually shut down. They're usually told, you can't speak about this, you can't do this, you can't do this. Or if you refuse, they go the brutal way or they use force. So we cannot talk about a future first world country if education is in shutters. Most countries that are struggling right now, it all started with this, education. The system collapsed in terms of education. The universities collapsed in terms of education. And before we know it, we have a country whereby instead of people going to universities, people are picking up weapons to fight for resources. Instead of people going to universities to make solutions on how to get more resources, people are picking up weapons to struggle and fight for the few scarce resources remaining. That is where we are heading as a country realistically. Unless we sit down, all of us, and we change from all the way top. If I was the president, why would you not prioritize education? Because I feel if you prioritize education and even let's say you didn't perform better in all those other things, the society will remember you in a good way. But you will now be remembered for so-and-so was a minister and during his time, we were not in school for 6 months. So-and-so was a PS and during her time, we were not in school for this and this period. And they did nothing about it or they were too slow to do something about it, which in turn affected our futures ahead.
And that's what you will remember.
Yes, that is what we'll remember. That is what we'll remember. That is what I will keep saying. During my time, you know, the old folks have very interesting stories. During my time, I studied for free. During my time, I was given food for free in school. During my time, I used to pay this little money in school. But the stories that this generation will be telling of school, during my time, I had to beg government so that we are given basic education. During my time, I had to tarmac more for a job because members of WASU decided they are not teaching, which affected my semesters, and thus I am ineligible for any job. So I have to go back and do an internship. During my time, we only have bad memories of this government. During my time, university education was expensive. During my time, I had to struggle to get food at the university because the country's economy was not doing well. We'll only have bad stories. And if we have bad stories, how are you building people who can make this country?
Are we destroying the future of this country? Just based off what it is you've said. Because I look at it in terms of what we've just canvassed, changing the country towards the future first world country and how we would have to start by fixing the education sector. You know, we have a beautiful vision 2030. We are like 5 years towards that. And even that, with regard to its implementation, is subject for conversation. But you look at the education in the country and how it is from the ground going up, it is all in shambles. And one would ask, who exactly are we bringing into the market? Because there's a conversation that is always asked, why is it that UN Towers was built by the Chinese and not the students? And one would argue, because students lacked, internship, they're not eligible to perform such tasks. But we forget what we did to these students for them not to be trusted in the market. You know? And when you just sit back and look at a government and its people, and one would say, we just don't care. But that aside, let's talk solutions. How do we fix this entire mess such that, I know perhaps maybe you don't have those questions, but involvement of students during these strikes, let's sit down together as stakeholders, the biggest stakeholders in this entire matter, so that students do not miss their time, so that lecturers are paid on time, so that help is disbursed on time. Because I remember my brother was in school for almost 6 years for a course of 4 years. And that was because of every time there is a strike, every time there's a strike. But remember, because he was living off campus, if you've paid rent, the landlord will not care. You'll have to pay that rent again. Because this kid was in school and there is food, once you've eaten that food, even if you're saying somersault, it will not come back.
Yes.
Parents have to again spend extra money to make sure that their children go through an education system. So how do we just fix all this with everyone sitting at the table?
The solution, number one, is that government has to start paying its capitation to public universities. That is the biggest priority, because that will change and shape the course of even quality of education. Because the moment government does not pay its capitation, the resources that the university gets in terms of grants for research, they do not go into research, they go into supporting the university. So we'll have a university whereby if government does its part, then the universities can sustain themselves, so that whatever extra that is coming, they use it to improve the quality of our education. That is number one. Number two, for lecturers, for WASU, and for all these organizations, arrears should be cleared so that we start on a clean slate. Let us stop signing CBAs left, right, and center. Everywhere CBAs are signed, everywhere as return to work formulas are signed. Let us have a system whereby we are focusing. Let us focus on clearing debts for staff that are in critical sectors. That includes education, that includes medics, that includes staff that are in those critical points within the country that hold our country together. We should focus on clearing the arrears, not focus on signing CBAs that are going to be implemented in future. Those things should be cleared right now, so that if a government is coming in, they don't come in with a burden from a previous government. They come in, but they start on a new slate. Oh, they have been being paid, so my responsibility during my time is just to continue paying them. My responsibility is not to fulfill money that I was not aware was signed when I was not in power, or money that I cannot trace where it went to after it was released. So that should be the solution. And whenever there are industrial actions involving the lecturers, I think before they start, we need to sit down and agree, number one, this thing cannot go on for 2 weeks. Even 2 weeks is a lot. 1 week. So let us give it a time frame. 1 week, everybody should sort out their issues. That is number one. Number two, when you come back, you have to give us, in fact, when you're going to strike, you have to give us clear steps on how you intend to recap this lost time that you want us to lose. We have to also sit down and agree on that. Then, as students also, what is it that you're going to be doing for us that ensures we are preoccupied and we are doing something that helps us still build our quality of education while you guys are still striking? I think we have to all agree on those terms together as the three stakeholders. Otherwise, there's no strike that should be taking place.
Do you think these CBAs that are usually signed, most of the time are usually towards election time? And one would say government would rush into signing all these CBAs because it is a proper political ticket.
Yeah.
Is there any genuineness as well in terms of, fine, we'll sign this CBA and we will implement it? Or is it just so that because I know I'll not be there in the next government, I might as well just leave that pressure to the next guy who's coming in?
I think it is not genuine, because I'm telling you what they are fighting over right now is a CBA that
2021.
It was a 2021 CBA. So you get to question whoever was in charge of the ministry at that time and oversaw the signing of that CBA. It was not in goodwill, because he knew I'm not going to be here when somebody else comes in. So itakuwa noma yake. It will not be mine. Unaona? So there is no genuineness. In fact, if they sign another one right now, I'm hearing there's plans to sign another one again right now. It will be implemented partially. Then when the next person leaves, he leaves again another CBA. Then we keep on repeating problems, and you keep on asking yourselves, are we a country that is actually progressing or learning from its mistakes? Yes.
With all things taken in consideration, do you think it's possible to operate without these CBAs? Because this is not the first year CBA has been in place, like you rightfully said. I mean, it's been the MO for a long period of time. With monies available or not, with agreements put in place or not, do you think it's possible to run institutions without CBAs in place?
I think it is possible. You know, the problem is, I'd refer to you, is that when you when you have something on your hand, like a boil on your hand, most people tend to usually want to squeeze it and not do away with the entire thing. But if you squeeze it, it still reappears to another point in your body if you don't do away with the whole of it.
Yes.
So let us just take this problem head on. If there are errors, let us take them head on and finish with them for once and for all. Because CBAs are the bottom line of problems. They're usually short-term solutions that we've agreed. We've signed a CBA, we take photos, we return to work formula, people get back to work. These people get back to work, they're waiting for the time when their CBA will not be completed, then they come out again. So we keep on encountering problems. So it is possible to run institutions without CBAs. Because if, like I was saying, if government was to pay its capitation in time, at times even universities can even step in supporting their own lecturers with their own money. But if government is not really genuine and they're not paying their capitation, they're not paying lecturers. So what is government doing in terms of education? That is the question. You're not paying lecturers. You are not paying capitation to universities. You're also not, of course, not teaching students. You're also not supporting research work. So what is it that the current government is doing in terms of higher education? Because leave alone HELB loans. That is our money. We are going to pay it back. You can't say that is what you're contributing to education in a country that is targeting to be a first world country. You can't say that loans are your biggest contribution to the education sector. What is it that the government is contributing?
Running
to
the Ministry of Education.
Then I'd rather you disband the Ministry of Education and channel that money into universities.
In terms of what should be done, there's a lot that needs to happen. I don't understand how the resilience that all of you then harbor to then be able to wait it out. I don't understand where it comes from, but it seems as though you're going to need cartloads of it moving forward. The hope is that this can be sorted out. Thank you for your resilience.
But we are done being resilient. Punde imechoka. And I think even in the spirit of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, if he was alive, he would not stand and see education sector failing.
And from all you're saying, we're not going to stand aside and see that happen.
We are really tired. As the students' body, and the general feeling about students is that, come on, we are now tired.
And the students are going to join this. That's for sure. That's for sure. He is the president of the University of Nairobi Students Association. Derek Troy Rusana has been here with us this morning, just going through these intrigues. And the next coming days will be telling of what the future looks like. Thank you for being able to speak about it and continue to support these conversations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for being part of the Situation Room through the month of October, this Friday, and indeed this week. Thank you for doing it. It's over for the month.
It's the last show for the month, eh?
It is. We'll see what November brings. And thank you for always being here with us as we do. Our audiences across the nation, the region, and indeed the world. Kenya's biggest conversation. Back to you Monday morning, God willing. Have a wonderful weekend. It's 10:01. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
The Newswire, I'm Edwin Lisamira. Long-distance buses operating from Nairobi to Tanzania have been